public to private, and what are the types of issues or questions that may be driving this. And I'm hoping some of these things that Jamie brought out in his letter, and I'm not going to go through them all, and he actually even leads to some very important research questions that I think one of the things I'd like to come out of this symposium is for us to walk away with what are some of the key questions that one could think about. And he actually, one of his, and this is just literally out of his statement, one of them is, do we even want public companies to begin with? And why are we seeing such a transition? And I hope some of those types of questions might spur some interest on your part. Interestingly, this morning, Elon Musk stated this directly. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company. And so this type of, why does it take being a private company to be transformed? What is it that he's interested in? I'm hoping we can pull some of these things and tease some of these things out. Want to highlight that we've brought together, and several individuals have made good use of our time, but are here. One of the things that I wanted to do is to, if you're interested in this setting, I often get asked, where do you get private company data? Well, we've brought private company data providers here, so at coffee breaks and so forth. Hopefully you have a chance to interact. Burgess, Keith Crouch is here. Moody Analytics, Kerry Brenneman, Jordan Hoffa, Bailey Jensen are here. They also have the Orbis data set, a data set Cortera as well. Morningstar, I've seen Sanjay was here as well, and PitchBook, both Zane and Andy are here as well. So just a little bit of a smattering of the different private company data sets that we have. In industry, we've got some, Kirkland & Ellis, the largest law firm dealing with private equity space, is here. Elizabeth Seeger will be on a panel tomorrow. She'll be here tonight. She's at KKR. And Lincoln International, our cocktail sponsors, have multiple people here as well. And they not only deal in this private company space as investment banks, but fortunately, Steve and I have had the privilege of working with them over the last several years to actually derive a private market index, very similar to something like the S&P 500, but focused on private companies. So they're here and have great anecdotes and stories to share as well. Finally, one last thing to point out, and you can't read this, but it is posted on our webpage. We sent that survey out along with your meals about data sets that are available. So all of these data sets that you all have used, we consolidated that, put on the website here with links to those different data providers of everybody that's collectively researched this space to this point. A lot of them I was not aware of, and so I think this is great to kind of comb through this and really start to see what we can do to start to maybe answer some of these questions. But let's get started. So we got our first panel here, and I couldn't be more pleased to kick this party off with other than these people that are sitting right here. One of the things that we wanted to do was to try to get experts who have been studying and examining this setting, and these people have done it from all different sorts of angles with different data sets, different questions. And I'm very happy to introduce this panel. So it's going to be moderated by Chad Syverson. He's the George C. Tao Distinguished Service Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Chad's research spans several topics with a particular focus on interactions of firm structure, market structure, and productivity. And I've brought a couple of Turkish individuals on here, and it just gives me a great chance to do a tongue twister here. Ufuk Akcigit is the Arnold Harburger Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago. His research touches on a number of topics, including taxation, innovation, competition, and business dynamism. John Haltiwanger is the Distinguished University Professor and Dudley and Louisa Dillard Professor of Economics at the University of Maryland. During the 1990s, he served as the chief economist at the U.S. Census Bureau and has played a major role in developing and studying U.S. longitudinal firm-level data. Very important data set, obviously, to study these firms. Using this data, he's developed new statistical measures and analyzed the determinants of firm-level job creation, job destruction, and economic performance. Sebnem Kalemli-Ozcan is not only a co-organizer, but is also the Neil Moskowitz Endowed Professor of Economics at the University of Maryland. Her research focuses on capital flows, macroeconomic fluctuations, and financial frictions, using big data on global firms and banks. Currently, she works on the impact of COVID pandemic in emerging markets and business failures worldwide. And last but not least is Steve Kaplan. He's a Neubauer Family Distinguished Service Professor of Entrepreneurship and Finance Is also the faculty director at the Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business. He conducts research on issues in private equity, venture capital, entrepreneurial finance, corporate governance, and corporate finance. And a Fortune magazine article referred to him as probably the foremost private equity scholar in the galaxy. So we're very pleased to have this.
Galaxy. So
That was a quote
over
from
the
Steve.
aliens.
In the metaverse.
With that, I'll turn it over to Zach.
It's in his letter.
All right. Well, it's a privilege to be guiding this panel discussion. It's enough of a privilege I actually wear a jacket today, which if you know me, that's a pretty big step. So, these folks next to me, I've known them and their work for a long time. John and I in particular have known each other for a few years, and quite familiar with what we're interested in. But I'd like to actually start by having each one of them spend a few minutes telling us about their work that's used data on private firms, the research questions they're looking at. I'll give you time in a little bit to get to the nuts and bolts of data and the results of what you found, but just for the sake of getting everyone on the same page, I'll have you start just with the questions. But before I get going, and I really view my job here as just getting out of the way, these folks are not just experts in private firms per se. They're experts in the whole genre of literature that these private firms that they're looking at are in. So they really understand not just private firms, but the context in which they operate. All right, that all said, John, would you mind starting us off and telling us about your work?
So I've been looking at a variety of questions using, I'll say, private firm data. Most of the work I've been doing, if you're not familiar, I've been affiliated particularly with the U.S. Census Bureau. I've helped them develop the databases that track U.S. firms and establishments. And to kind of give you a sense of both the questions we're about and a little bit of development, we can come back to the nuts and bolts, is in the mid-2000s, like 2004 or 5, there's some very nice papers by Cooperman and Philipp using CompuStat data showing apparently declining within firm volatility, and was getting a lot of attention. We're thinking about, hey, what's going on in firms, and they were building models trying to help us think about the changing structure of the economy. And Steve Davis and I, along with colleagues at Census, said, well, wait a second, we don't actually think that that's what's going on in the full universe of data. And actually, this is actually what helped, we'll get into the details later, develop the longitudinal business database. And actually, it was that work that started this a big effort into what often is now called, more in the popular press, declining business dynamism. And so we were able to establish that indeed, not only was there not, there was rising within firm volatility amongst publicly traded firms, but none amongst all firms. And so there was very interesting interactions going on. We can come back to that. It was also that work and the development of that data infrastructure, the LBD, the longitudinal business database, that's allowed us to go look at changes in the nature of entrepreneurship, the importance of entrepreneurship, and new businesses for job creation and innovation and productivity growth. One of the things that I'm especially working on now, I won't go too long here, is I very much like the introduction in the sense that one of the things we've been trying to do with this kind of data infrastructure I'm talking about is really go from cradle to grave in terms of businesses, right? To really try to understand the startup process itself, and then what happens with more large and mature firms. I'll make some remarks about both. So one very exciting project that I'm working on with a variety of people, including I see Veronica Pensakova, who's here, but also some colleagues at Census and otherwise, is for the most part, when we've been studying business startups, we've identified a startup at the point where they hire their first employee, or if they're a non-employer firm, they get their first year of revenue. But actually, there's great data in terms of when businesses actually apply for a new employer identification number, and by the way, if you haven't been paying attention to there's new statistics out of Census, there's been an enormous surge in business formations in the pandemic, and so So we're studying this process, really the study of nascent entrepreneurship. And I'll just mention kind of one key finding that I think you'd find interesting. So if lots of secular and cyclical fluctuations in business startups, and by that I mean employer business startups in the United States. And when you look at this applications data, what's really great about it, and it's actually related to one of the papers tomorrow morning, is we see not only the application, but then we can actually track to see whether they transited. Did they actually start up a business or not? So in the aggregate data, in the aggregate time series, most of the fluctuations in actual business startups are well tracked by fluctuations in the application itself. It's actually remarkable, literally kind of the elasticity of new business startups, employer startups, actual startups, with respect to applications is close to 1. That doesn't mean all of them transit. It just means that the fluctuations are mostly driven by that. But when you go into the cross-section, again, I think this is related to some very interesting work I saw in the program for tomorrow morning on business formation. When you go spatially, one finds dramatic differences that indeed lots of the variation across locations is not just whether it's a application-intensive location, but whether the transition rates are different across locations. And in the work that I'm doing for Veronica and others, we're trying to figure out, okay, what are the superstar locations in terms of those that are either superstars in terms of applications, transition rates, or the like. So I feel like I'm going on too long. I'll just say, just back again, I wouldn't call this the grave part of it, because by the way, I studied exit quite a bit as well. One of the reasons that I think we're here, but is we know there's very rich and interesting interaction between publicly traded and privately held firms, and the infrastructure that's been developed at Census, it's been recognized for a long time. We need to know more about what's going on in terms of particularly the balance sheets and the financial aspects. And Sebnem, I'm sure we'll talk about that. But one of the projects that I've been most excited about and fits well this conference is the work I did with Steve Davis and Josh Lerner and other colleagues, which really looked at what happens in terms of employment and productivity when a publicly traded firm goes private. And obviously, it's almost impossible to do that unless you have the kind of data that we're talking about here. They drop off the cliff, obviously, in terms of publicly traded. Now, it sounds like some of the folks here sitting here have access to data sets I sure like to get a hold of. But nevertheless, so Josh Lerner and Steve and I were talking like 15 years ago at this point and say, we ought to bring the capital IQ data together with the census data, and we did. And the paper we generated, I think generated I'll say some core results. So let me I'll close with this thought if you're not familiar with that work. In that work, there's been lots of attention. I don't need to tell because there's more experts in this room, including the galaxy expert on private equity sitting here, on the impact of private equity, and lots of concern, all the way back to Wall Street. Greed is good. And all the job destruction that goes along with firms going private. And so we could really look at that in a comprehensive way. And we did find, you do find when you use literally the universe data sets, that there is a net employment loss associated with private equity transactions. But actually we found that kind of buries the lead. Yeah, while there is a contraction, actually the much bigger story is the reallocation within the firm, the restructuring within the firm. We found a huge surge in reallocation inside firms once they go private. I don't know whether Elon Musk will pull that off or not, but a huge restructuring and associated productivity gains. And so from my perspective, we need the interaction of the public and private data. We need to follow them from the point of the nascent entrepreneurship through whether or not they go public or not, and then perhaps going private again. So I'll stop there.
Thanks, John. Sebnem?
Okay, so first of all, it's a pleasure to be here and to be in the same panel with this distinguished panelist. So I'm an international macroeconomist, and I started my career working, of course, with emerging markets, and trying to understand the linkages between the financial sector and real sector. So when you start working with emerging markets, I mean, you don't even question that there is a link between the financial sector and the real sector because the link is just so obvious, right? So the booms, credit goes haywire, stock market goes haywire, and at the same time, there's huge real growth. And the bus, everything just goes down together, right? I mean, unemployment, investment goes down, output goes down, financing completely cuts out, especially because most of the financing in emerging markets come from countries like United States. So then I realized, I mean, it's impossible to identify. It's a chicken and egg question, of course, because these things move together. It's impossible to identify what is causing what and how important these, financial flows and financing for real economy. And when I say real economy, it's mainly employment and investment. Then I started like, okay, if I really want to identify this, I have to go down to granular data, to micro data, and started with, working with firm level data, originally from emerging markets. And because emerging markets go through a lot of crises, they have the best data in terms of firm level data. Everything is regulated and reported. You have universe of the firms, not just in terms of like census, but you also have their financing. So you see everything, basically, every single equity, every single loan, every single bond. So that, of course, basically confirmed my priors that it is very important, these fluctuation in finance to the lives of the firms, to their employment, to their investment. Then I realized, like, why this is not done so much in US and Europe. And I was visiting European Central Bank in 2007 and 2008. And, the crisis started in US first. And then the notion at the European Central Bank, oh, this is just a small thing in a small part of the capital markets in the US. It will never come here. I mean, I was appalled by that because, I mean, how is that possible with all the connection between European firms and US firms and US banks, European firms, and US stock market and European firms? It's just like, to me, it didn't make sense. And then that was the time we first started with Orbis data because they had this amazing coverage of the European firm level data set, both private and public. You see both firms' real outcomes and financial outcomes. For my research, it is very important to connect the real outcomes, sales, investment, employment, to financial outcomes. How is the firm financing itself? And then that first paper we did with my colleagues, Elias Papaneau and Jose Luis Pedro, they were both at ECB at the time, ended up in Journal of Finance. Later, this data set, started being used by many. I helped, that kind of bring that data set to National Bureau of Economic Research and to other researchers. Then I started like, okay, so but what is going on in the US and why we can't get at this in the US? Of course, I had several conversations with John, and the problem, of course, in the US is census doesn't have firms financing. But then this large macro literature in the US that tries to understand what is going on with investment and employment relies on micro foundations and micro data, firm level data, but they go and use CompuStat data. They go and use the public illicit firm data set because unfortunately that's the only available data set that they can use to test these macro finance models that gives you the link between the financial sector and the real sector, connect financing to employment and investment. So then, when all these things like rolling through 2008 and 2010, and we started seeing this disconnect between the stock market and the real economy, right? The whole Wall Street, Main Street thing, unemployment going up, stock market is making profit, came back very quickly. I mean, this happened during COVID in a much more acute sense. I'm sure you saw those figures with the profits of the stock market and unemployment going like this. So huge disconnect, right? I mean, so because, clearly this one, of course, wasn't a financial crisis. 2008 one was a financial crisis. But we just don't have a good understanding of these things because we don't observe the financing of that group, that private firm group that is very important for the real economy. And then I started working with the US data sets. Basically, people started writing maybe all these macro literature relying on financial friction is wrong. There were papers titled, which financial friction, what financial friction we are talking about. Why? Because they were using CompuStat firms, right? These firms weren't financial. They don't suffer from financial frictions. They have equity, they have bonds, they have loans. I mean, they can do whatever they want. Whereas the other guys who are the private firm sample, especially smaller firms in there, truly financially constrained. But we cannot look at that because we don't observe their data. So with Veronica Penchovoka, who is here, we started first matching census data to other data, basically Orbis, and try to correct for the selection in Orbis because, of course, census is the universal firm. Try to understand which firm report financing, what can we understand about those firms? Can we get at financial frictions that way? Then this led to other projects. Now there is this new data set from Federal Reserve known as Y14. It started being collected as actually the regulation after the 2008 crisis, Dodd-Frank Act rolled out. It is a much better data set, of course, because now firms who are borrowing from the banks, they do report their financing and balance sheet. So now we are working with that data. But the goal here is really try to get at these real sector, financial sector linkages between investment, employment, and finance. And the private firms is a big part of that story.
Thanks, Sebnem. Ufuk. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm a macroeconomist. I study economic growth. I'm trying to understand why some economies grow faster than others. Of course, I'm not the first one to study this issue. Indeed, Paul Romer, 4 years ago, won the Nobel Prize for arguing that in the long run, economies grow through innovation and productivity growth, and there's an endogenous response from the economy to produce those innovations. So when I was a student, when I was a graduate student, so I got really interested about in this topic, and I started to think more and more about this issue. And the question that I wanted to answer was, what is the relationship between firm size and innovation heterogeneity? Because we know that we are producing a lot of innovation, we are producing lots of patents, and we are also writing lots of papers, but only a handful of them are really transformative, right? Likewise, there are a lot of scientists, but really a handful of them are really doing game-changing research. So then the question is, what's the relationship between innovation heterogeneity and firm size? So that was the topic that I studied when I was a graduate student long time ago. And my job market paper was entitled Firm Size, Innovation Dynamics and Growth. So then what I did was I used the patent data in order to measure innovation and try to use various measures to proxy for innovation heterogeneity or quality heterogeneity. But on the firm side, as a student, what kind of data can you use? So there you're really limited. And Compustat was available, publicly traded companies. I used the Compustat data, merged with the patent data, wrote my paper. And when I studied this topic, I also like to create a dialogue between economic theory and data, right? So that's very important because economic theory is telling you what kind of questions we should ask to the data, because data is massive. So you can do lots of things with the data, and it's very easy to get lost in that massive data set. So we need some guidance, and that's where economic theory comes in. And using the theory, I try to somehow sharpen the direction that I want to pursue. And the theory had a very strong, stark prediction. It was saying that large firms have different incentives to produce radical innovations than small firms, because radical firms, by design, are the incumbents. Of course, they can try to improve their productivity, but they would also try to somehow defend their turf. Whereas a new entrant into the market has to prove itself, right? To attract the attention of the customers, you have to do something really radical. Just looking at the theory, and this is called, Arrow's replacement effect. I don't want to bore you with all these details, but when you look at the theory, the theory already tells you that small firms and large firms should behave differently. Okay, that's great. And then I used the Compustat data. I wrote my job market paper. I went on the market, and I got grilled. Because, of course, because, the theory says that the most radical innovations, on average, should come from small firms, and then, they can either execute the idea themselves or they can try to sell their ideas to large firms. But at the end of the day, it should come from small firms. But in my sample, there was no small firm. So this is exactly learning by doing, basically. So after the market, I was really happy about my paper initially, but then I left it asleep. And then I paired up with a colleague, Bill Kerr from Harvard, who had access to census data. And we rewrote the paper from scratch with the same idea, but using the census data. And then the paper improved substantially. And then, that was really, how I learned the importance or the difference between private firms and public firms. And then, as I said, the question got bigger and bigger and bigger. Where does the innovation come from? And we think about firms, but at the end of the day, yes, firms are investing in R&D, they produce some ideas, but this is not a sausage machine where you put some R&D dollars and innovation comes out. there are some individuals behind these ideas. Who are these people? How do we select those people? Or how do we first educate those people and send them to firms, and then firms somehow through some mechanism select them and then put them into R&D labs and produce ideas? I mean, not everybody can become a basketball player or artist. Likewise,
professor.
or professor, and not everybody can become an inventor. So as a society, how do we select our inventors in the society, right? Suddenly, firms is a very important part of the question, but inside those firms, there are individuals. They are at least as, maybe more important actually, right? They are also the entrepreneurs who are deciding which projects to fund, or which direction to push the firm, or whom to hire, right? At the end of the day, they are the ones approving these crazy ideas, seemingly crazy ideas. Should we pursue this project or not? And then suddenly you start looking at the data, you start realizing that there's so many bureaucratic hurdles that large firms are experiencing, whereas small firms are much more dynamic. Just two crazy young entrepreneurs can decide on an idea and then just pursue it. So you see, as you look at the data more and more and more, the question got bigger and bigger and bigger. So that's why I decided to split my research agenda into 3 different branches: studying firms, studying individuals and human capital, and also studying the ideas or the output coming from that. Because once you produce those innovations, what do we do with them? A lot of them are sleeping on some shelf in some company, or a lot of the patents are also being traded in the secondary market, for instance, or being licensed out, etc. Of course, it's important to invest in R&D and produce, invest more in R&D and produce more ideas. But at least as important is the idea of what are we doing with them, because we need to also diffuse those ideas in the economy. Some firms should absorb these new technologies. It's not only about innovation, it's also about imitation and learning from other firms. So that's why this heterogeneity became super important. And just to wrap up, some of the recent ideas that I've been working on, again, it's always an important issue about the difference between small firms versus large firms. But when we look at the data, we start to also realize that large firms are also following some strategic behavior. For instance, the type of innovations that they do, the type of firms that they acquire, even the political connections that they build. For instance, not in the US, but in a different country, we merged the social security records with firm-level data. And then we documented that as the firms are becoming the dominant market leaders, they are hiring more and more politicians, and they are producing less and less innovations. So think about an industrial policy in an environment like this. If you just give uniform industrial policy or subsidy, we have to think about what kind of firms or what kind of activities we are financing, right? Are we supporting more productive projects or more defensive projects, right? So that's one line of research, still firm size. Another thing that we are studying is the business dynamism in the US. Indeed, we are building very heavily on John and Chad's earlier work on this. So there's a stark trend in the US where there's a declining business dynamism over the past maybe 40 years. What are the underlying causes? Because depending on what the answer is, you need to design different industrial policies to attack the problem. There are many, many candidates out there. So that's one line of research that I'm pushing. Another important line of research is studying the human capital allocation in the US, especially the inventor allocation in the US. Which firms are absorbing the inventors? Because depending on whether the inventors are working for small firms versus large firms makes a big difference. And I think we can come back to this in the second round, but we are observing really massive difference. The same individual working for small firms versus large firm makes a lot of difference. And we are also having some project, John mentioned this and Sebnem also mentioned this. I also have a project with Veronica, and Steve, you should have one too with her. So we have a project with Veronica where we are studying the role of venture capital for firm growth. And yeah, so let me stop here.
She's a very productive young small firm. So.
Yeah.
Don't go public.
Thanks, Ufuk. Steve.
So, very interesting. I come at it from a completely different perspective. So I was looking at my CV for this, and I'd say the majority, if not 3/4 of my papers are on private firms. So I'm like a private firm kind of guy. But particularly special types of private firms. I got interested in this by looking at private equity and venture capital funded companies. And the reason those are particularly interesting, and this was back, the first was looking at leverage buyouts in the 80s, is that the people doing them tend to be really smart, number one. Number two, they're incentivized in ways that kind of lead you to believe they're value maximizing. And so if you're thinking about agency issues that you might have in public companies, the private equity firms and the venture capital firms kind of get around that or solve that by having high-powered incentives. And Mike Jensen was my thesis advisor, so it's sort of natural to look at this area. So the first thing I did was, in my dissertation, look at private equity performance at the company level. And I didn't have census data, but I did what I could and kind of did the first research on performance at that level. And we found basically what John and Josh found later, that private equity led to productivity improvements. And that seems to be pretty consistent over time, consistent over countries, that private equity, and probably because they have maximizing incentives, actually improves productivity. So then I went from that, and I've continued to do a lot of work on private equity. I'll talk somewhat about it. Then I started teaching venture capital and private equity, and this is something where actually teaching led to research amazingly. And I knew nothing about venture capital, and I would have guests in who were venture capitalists because I knew nothing. And as a result, got to know a lot of venture capitalists. And then Per Stromberg and I would talk, and there was this relatively new literature in capital structure talking about contracting and what optimal contracts are. You know, Oliver Hart won a Nobel Prize for this. There's Aghion, Bolton, lots of theory around, and nobody really tested it. And we realized venture capital contracts, again, you've got principals who, you know, they're the principals in Oliver's and, you know, Philippe's theory. And let's look at the contracts and see how that, what's predicted by the theory, which of the theories work. So Per and I wrote, you know, a couple papers using venture capital contracts, again, private data, and you had to, you know, we had to just, you know, claw our way to get that data, but we were able to get it because we knew people, and we knew people because we had taught with them. And then subsequently, you know, I've done work looking at performance at the fund level, both for private equity and venture capital, and I've used the Burgess data, and thank you, Keith, for providing that data, because it's the best data I think the best data in the world on that. And again, what you find with that data, going back to the fact that they're optimizing, is that the performance, you know, on the private equity side has been, you know, pretty consistently strong, and has been also not so consistently, but it's been pretty impressive on the venture side. Then, you know, I've done surveys of both venture capitalists and private equity investors to figure out what they do. And again, that's getting, you know, very private data that you can only get, you know, it helps to be more senior and to, you know, people trust you. But that was, you know, and that's work I've done with Paul Gompers, Ilya Strabalov, and others. And then most recently, the things that I've worked on has to do with the, you know, human capital. It's at the CEO level, and I've got one line where I've got assessments of CEOs, which is both public and private. But the thing that's most interesting, or the most recent paper that I think is really interesting and is actually relevant for what Jamie Dimon said, is looking at the CEO labor market. And you've got a public CEO labor market. There's a lot of papers on that because it's easy to get the data. It's not so easy to get data on the private CEO labor market, but it turns out it's not that hard, actually, and I think economists are lazy. It's kind of like the old joke, you know, you're looking for your wallet under the lamppost. That's like using data sets like, you know, Compustat and Census, where you can get them. You know, you can actually go create your own data, it's just not under the lamppost. So you look at the CEO labor market, maybe I'll talk about it later, it's completely different in the private equity market from in the public markets in really interesting ways. So I'll just add one other thing. that, thinking about these people who are optimizing, we think, the VCs and the private equity firms, what is remarkable now is if you try to do a back-of-the-envelope calculation about how much of the economy is controlled by private equity and venture capital firms, I can easily come up with a 20% estimate. It could be higher if you measure it particular ways. And I guarantee you 20% of the papers are not written about private companies. It's like, I don't know what it is, what's published, but it is a real big piece of the economy. And I think it's grown over time, partially because they are optimizing. And my guess is, if I had to predict, it's going to keep growing.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So that was great table setting for the rest of the conversation. By the way, we're going to open for Q&A at the end of the panel, so just to let you know, give you some heads up on that. What I'd like to do next is give you a chance to talk a little bit about what you found when going at all these questions. In particular, would like to hear what you have discovered about the differences, key differences between private and public firms, but also elements where they're the same. And I hope that's a general enough charge that you feel comfortable describing whatever elements of your results you find. But it might be useful if you describe your results in those kind of terms. So again, we'll just go in order here. So John, you want to kick us off?
Sure. I've already given a kind of a hint in this direction. In some way, the way I'll answer that is actually talk a little bit about some of the other things that have kind of come up here. I mean, one of the things that we've been struck by when you do track businesses right from the startup process. So what do we know about startups in the United States? We actually know that conditional on hiring your first worker, what's the most likely outcome in the first 5 years? You're going to go out of business. Okay, what's the next most likely outcome? You're not going to grow. But there's a right tail of businesses that do phenomenally well, and actually, in many ways, cohort after cohort. Although one of the key findings in terms of the declining dynamism is as we move particularly into the post-2000 period, the right tail of particularly young businesses started to shrink. We weren't seeing the same kind of takeoff dynamics, and we've been trying to figure out why. We've been and it's related to things that were discussed here. And one thing is clearly associated with, I won't say caused by, is the enormous decline in IPOs. But then the question, a big question that's been going on that folks here have also worried about is, okay, well, maybe the nature of innovation has changed, and there's this big push towards considering superstar firms, and is it now, the line is, back in the 1990s you wanted to be Google, and now you want to be acquired by Google, and maybe that even makes sense because of the network externalities that have become, I'll say, that much more important. So one of the things I've been spending, I'll say, a lot of time is trying to figure out, literally, you could say, trying to track the evolution of the growth rate and size distribution of business activity in the United States, how it's connected to productivity, path-breaking work by other folks here on the panel in terms of what's going on in terms of the innovation process, path-breaking work, by other folks here on the panel in terms of what's going on in financial markets and the nature of both private equity and venture capital and the like. One of the things that I got to say, maybe I shouldn't take offense to Steve starts saying we're being lazy. I actually think we've been working really hard. We've been working really hard at census.
John, I had to tweak. I'm going to tweak you again,
yeah,
so don't worry.
Really hard to develop these databases. And one of the things we've recognized, and Sebnem's clearly been a core part of this, is all the missing pieces, right, along the way. So, and some of them come up in the remarks here. So something else that we're actively working on, but again, has taken literally person years of effort and graduate students, many graduate students to build these. And so another core database that's highly relevant for this work, and I think it's actually, I'll say, we recognize how much more important it is than perhaps that we realized in the first place, and it's the matched employer-employee data sets in the United States. So from the labor economic side, there's been long interest in doing this, and what's that data set in the United States? It's the Longitudinal Employer Household Dynamics Project. Literally, we're now tracking every firm and every worker in the United States, okay? And we understand their connections. And from the labor side, it was always, oh, we really, labor economists, probably some labor economists here, have been so used to using household data, and they never paid attention to the firm. So a lot of the focus was on what the impact is of the firm on the workers. But actually, as I listen here and so on, we actually realized, wait a second, in terms of the human capital development, I mean, who you hire. It's not just who's the CEO, but who you hire turns out to be really important. What founding team you put together is something that I've been very actively working on. And so now we want to be able to use the worker data to help us understand all the firm outcomes. And then we realize, of course, and again, we're working really hard, Steve, is we need not only to know the workers and their human capital, which is a hard thing to measure, by the way, a really hard thing to measure. You don't want to just use age, experience, education. We can get that off the household surveys, and we realize that doesn't work so much, that doesn't explain so much. So we're working really hard to come up with other kind of measures of human capital. But we also realize, again, in terms of things we're working actively on and what we're trying to find is not only your founding who you hire, but you do care about the interaction between the business owners and the workers that they hire. And so where am I going? We're trying to build a data infrastructure now where you literally have everything, right? By that I mean you've got you track the business right at the startup. You know who the business owner is or owners. For almost all startups, they're private firms. They don't start public. You can typically identify the business owner, and you'd like to know all the workers that they hire. And not all the way, you want to know their history. Where did you get them from? What kind of innovation were they involved in the past? In order to be able to try to understand the outcome. Is that really important? Back again to this key question. So I've been fortunately running into Steve and learning a lot from him for a while, and I feel like I'm down in the basement with all the mice half the time, and he's up in the penthouse with the big guys.
It's much more fun.
But some of my mice make it to his penthouse is the point, and so I think we're both really interested in which of the mice make it up to the penthouse. So I'll stop there.
That's an analogy I'm going to have to figure out how to use
right.
later in the panel.
Yeah, what are our students or senior mice maybe?
Sebnem.
Okay, so let me also relate to some of the things said, and I'm going to give you some numbers. So first of all, what Steve said, the private equity improving firm productivity, that is definitely an international finding. And in fact, that's how I started. I work a lot on FDI investment, equity investment in emerging markets, and try to understand why the international equity market integration is not working. Because that's just a great thing for the poor countries, right? I mean, as Steve said, smartest guys take these investments. You are investing in the best firm in that country. I mean, everybody's happy, right? So, okay, what happens is, though, it doesn't become the entire country productivity. So the firm benefits a lot. They do find the best firms. We call it actually cherry picking by US equity investors. So it's great for that firm. There might be some spillovers, like very close firms, but it's not improving the countrywide productivity, okay? So I always come from this countrywide macro perspective, macro productivity. So then we said, okay, so what is going on? And if you have access to universe of data sets, which is, of course, very hard in the United States, again, remember, when you think in macro, everyone, and both the real side and the financing side, in the other countries, you see that debt financing always is more than the equity financing, okay? Well, there are a lot of reasons for that. There's a whole literature on that, but it's just, of course, it is state uncontingent, cheaper, bada boo, bada bum. I mean, you still have your private equity people, venture capital people doing their thing, but the other is just like when you start looking at the whole thing, it's just overwhelming. Then, we started thinking, and this is also true for Europe, but of course in Europe, venture capitalism and private equity is a smaller market maybe than US, or maybe it is not, true in the US. So when we started working with, Federal Reserve Y14 data, one of the things we look at was exactly this, because building on what Ufuk said and John and Chad, I mean, there is this literature based on census data. Again, this literature doesn't have financing, but it is telling us that innovation, growth, all this comes from the small firms, right? So these small firms are really important. And this literature talks about really small firms. They are definitely not talking about CompuStat firms. Just the first number I'm going to give you. Average size in CompuStat firm is 3,000 employee. Average size in census is 13. Okay, so we are talking about night and day here. And in my paper with Veronica, we show all these firm size distributions, how different they are, where the heterogeneity is coming from. By the way, Veronica is also our student, Maryland PhD student, so I have to also say that. But then we started thinking, okay, what is the heterogeneity? If so these small firms are very important, and they will have venture capital, they will have equity, but they also have a lot of debt. So we understand that they are important in terms of innovation and growth. What is this debt financed with, and how we can tie back to the role of human capital, smart entrepreneurs, and all that. So we start looking at that. And when you look at the debt of these small firms, these are SMEs defined as less than 500 employee firms in the United States. When you look at their debt financing and how they collateralize the debt, they don't use fixed asset, they don't use capital, they don't use equity. So this literature Steve referred to, Olivier Hart and Moore, Kyotoke and Moore. If you look at that literature has a very specific way of borrowing when you are writing down a debt contract instead of an equity contract. You can never borrow debt. You can never, write down a debt contract without a physical collateral, right? Meaning without basically a collateral that gives you the liquidation value of your assets, your capital. You cannot borrow more than that. This is just not possible in that theoretical literature. So when you look at the data, I mean, it cannot be more different than that. Again, I'm talking about these SMEs, small, medium enterprises. They are borrowing backed by their earnings, their account receivable, their patents, all sorts of intangibles there. So in that literature, the way that literature thinks is like you have the tree, the firm's asset capital, and you have the fruit. You can never borrow against the fruit. The data says you are doing tons of borrowing against that fruit, okay, current fruit and future fruit. That is, to me, an amazing finding, an amazing heterogeneity, because this is not what large firms do, okay? This is not what, because they have a lot of assets, they have a lot of fixed asset capital, they don't need to do that, and they also have a lot of source of financing. But these SMEs, they don't have any of that. So this is, and they need to borrow, especially when the economy is booming. So this is how they do it. So they are putting as collateral the smartness of that entrepreneur, that idea, that the future earnings line to when they write down the debt contract, when they borrow. So this is to us is a very, very important heterogeneity, and it can go a long way to explaining these disconnect. We see this very acutely during crisis times, of course. But during also normal times, if you look carefully, you can see this. But this disconnect that when economy is doing bad, the aggregate economy is doing badly in terms of investment and employment, there's a lot of actually profit making going on in the listed firms. So some numbers I want to give you, and this is like after we match CompuStat to census, we just want to make sure, because you also have to clean up the foreign sales, foreign employment, all that of the CompuStat public firms. So those firms account only 26% of aggregate U.S. employment. So CompuStat firms are 26% of aggregate U.S. employment. If you want to understand employment, unemployment, I mean, you cannot do anything about using CompuStat. They account 44% of aggregate gross output. By the way, these numbers originally given by John and Steve early on. I think that this is one of the things you did as a response to Diego's work. So Veronica and I, we updated these numbers. So 26% of aggregate U.S. employment, aggregate, the country, domestic, and aggregate domestic output. Okay, that's what CompuStat firms account for. All the rest are the private firms. Now, of course, there are very large private firms. Not all the large private firms are small. So when you go to the SMEs among those private firms, okay, so like, the small, medium enterprise part of the private firms, they account 53% of aggregate U.S. employment, 51% of aggregate gross output. So they are extremely important. They are, these guys, especially the SME private funds, their balance sheet, when you look at their balance sheet, they're entirely bank financed, okay? And they always put a collateral because they cannot borrow without a collateral. And that collateral backed by their ideas, their intangibles. So again, we come back full circle. although it is going to be a very important source of heterogeneity when we understand, public firm, private firm dichotomy. And in terms of, okay, but I want to go back. I mean, you are telling me all these, heterogeneity in financing, and that there's a big difference in small firms and large firms. And small firms, of course, what we want to understand, because they are innovating and they have to finance that innovation. And there are the equity finance ones, the debt finance one. But then, if I go to flow of funds data, I don't see it. You would be exactly right. So if you go to flow of funds data, which is actually known as financial accounts of the United States, the flow of funds name now changed, and you go to flow of funds data and you say, I want to understand the corporate sector in the United States in aggregate. I want to understand their debt finance, equity finance, everything. So a big picture is going to come out there. Of course, there's going to be all equity, and then when you look at the debt side, there's going to be this overwhelming bond market narrative. You go and you download this series from flow of funds on the total, liabilities of the United States corporate sector. You are going to get this overwhelming 70% of market debt. It's going to go market, which is basically the bond markets. But then you see, okay, but who is in this series? When you look at the fine print, it is the CompuStat firms, large C and S corporations. Then you go to the other series just next to it. That's non-corporate businesses. So then you start adding proprietorships, partnerships, smaller firms. You crush everything. Then you are going to get around 40%. Again, this is all total liabilities, 40% bond market, and then the rest 30-30 bank and the non-bank, which is all the FinTech stuff is being there, and it is increasing. So then you go to this, firm by firm granular data and literally do the size bins, look at the smallest, medium, and large in the private firms. You see a very different picture. And this is completely understandable because our flow of funds are going to be driven by these giant firms. I mean, the aggregate is going to be always driven by the large firms. So it is extremely important to go granular, to go micro, and really look at these, how heterogeneous and how different these financing of these SMEs are, which now we heard from all the others that they are very important for innovation and growth. And understanding is, I think, going to go a long way understanding this declining business dynamism in the United States.
Thanks. So over the past 40 years, the US economy has experienced a lot of different trends. One of them is that the market concentration, the market share of the largest firm has been increasing very rapidly. Another thing is that John and co-authors have shown in many, many papers that the new business creation entry rate has been declining from 14% down to 7%. So it's a massive decline during the same time. And then the labor share in the United States has been also trending downward during that time. When you look at the experimentation of the firms, how much radical ideas they are attempting, overall, there's also a declining in experimenting different ideas. And when we look at also the productivity gap between market leaders and followers, that's been opening up. So somehow, something fundamental is changing in the US economy. And of course, you can either say that these are all independent observations, or you might say that, this is coming from the same economy. There are different symptoms of an underlying problem, and you can try to tie them together. And that's what we try to do in our research. And at the end of the day, what we find is that indeed these are related to each other. So when firms in the economy are competing, just like two athletes competing with each other. So if I'm competing with Steve, and Steve is very far ahead of me, if I lose my hope, I'm not going to push hard. And if Steve knows that he's going to dominate the race, he's not going to push hard either. So as a result, overall, the dynamism in this race will go down. But if we are neck and neck, if we are in fierce competition, of course we are going to push hardest because we both have the hope of winning the race. And firm competition, we interpret it in a similar fashion. So if firms are neck and neck, of course they are going to push hard. But if the markets are dominated by a small number of firms, then the overall dynamism will go down. And as John mentioned also, when a young person graduates from business school and considers forming a new company, instead of forming a new company, probably that person will seek for high-paying managerial positions in one of the large conglomerates. Or at best, they are going to form a startup and look for ways to sell their company to a large income. So these things are somehow related. But without having access to private firm level data, it's not possible to investigate these issues. Because what's an entry, what's an exit in publicly traded company data, right? And most of these things, especially in this day and age where tech is booming, of course, the firms are picking up super quickly. All that future is in the hands of these small micro entities. And somehow we have to make sure that they are able to compete and show their creativity. But what we, when we look at the data, for instance, some really striking numbers. Around 1980, I think the largest 1% of the firms used to purchase 30% of the patents from the secondary market. Today, that number went up to 65%. So a super active secondary market activities by large firms. Why? Because most of the time they are getting ready for some big fights, and they are strengthening their arsenal. They are building a patent thickets around themselves. This is just one example. Another example is we are going to release this paper in hopefully in 2 weeks or so. We merged inventor data with the census data so that we can see where do these inventors work. And we did some interesting event studies. So first of all, one interesting observation is that a big chunk of the inventors are moving to large incumbents. Compared to 80s again, there's a massive move from small firms to large firms. So inventors are being hired by large firms. Now, this could be good or bad, right? This could be good because maybe large firms have more resources, and these inventors are becoming more productive in these large firms because they have access to more resources. Or maybe this is to kill competition, right? Because if this inventor is working in a follower company or a competitor company, it's going to be creating a challenge for me. So it's better that I keep this person in my firm. So what we did is we looked at the before and after productivity and private compensation of these inventors. So I work for a small firm, and then I move to a large firm. What happens to my salary? Of course, no surprise that it goes up dramatically, okay? But this would be an outcome if I become more productive or if there's some rent to be shared. So in both models, this should go up. But what's interesting is what happens to my productivity after I move to a large firm. What we observe in the data is that a very stark decline in the productivity of the inventor. After the same person moving to a large incumbent, and this is not because they are getting promoted. We are also able to observe their position, more or less. And it's not that this can be explained by the promotion. So something is happening. Again, in the previous round, I mentioned this. We also observe that as large firms as a firm is becoming the dominant market leader, they are hiring more politicians, especially local politicians, okay? And again, these are hinting at the fact that firms are changing their strategy in the market as they are growing. And now, if you want to somehow make small firms participate in the competition, what's the typical argument? The typical argument that they don't have enough resources, let's provide subsidy. What happens when you introduce a subsidy policy? So here's an interesting result. In the United States, R&D tax credit was introduced in 81 and at the state level in 82 in Minnesota. And when you look at the aggregate R&D spending, there's not a huge change relative to GDP. So overall, the economy is not investing significantly more. But when you look at the CompuStat firms, indeed, when you introduce R&D tax credit, it's typically the CompuStat firms that are increasing. So we are living in a general equilibrium world, right? So when one side of the economy is doing something, the other side of the economy will react to it most of the time negatively. When one part goes up, typically the other part goes down because of the general equilibrium. So without seeing the full picture in an economy, we cannot do industrial policy. If we just look at publicly traded companies, maybe things are going fine and they are investing more. But most of the time, what happens is that when you provide these industrial subsidies or industrial policy providing subsidy, even though they are intended for small firms, it's typically utilized by large firms. Why? Because they are typically complicated, and you need to have an army of lawyers to utilize them. And guess what? It's typically large firms. But through our studies, especially thanks to the census data, we managed to see the bigger picture here, seeing both the positive reaction from large firms and also seeing the negative reaction from the small firms. Why is it important? It's important because from another study with Bill Kerr, we show that small firms are producing more radical innovations than large firms. So we need those small firms participating in the economic activity unless you're Germany, because German model is completely different, right? But the US economy has been growing big part thanks to successful startups, where German economy has been a different model. So German economy managed to keep the competition alive among market incumbents for a very long time, and we don't see a lot of these breakthrough ideas coming from Germany. But we know that the good quality products will come from Germany, but not the first side. And the final thing I would like to mention is that
No idea.
when we as I mentioned, when we also try to study entrepreneurs and inventors, right, using microdata. And again, I will second John, and we worked really hard.
I'm sorry I said that.
Tom Nicholas, we digitized patent records since 1836, and we studied millions of patent records. We merged it with the historical census records. That way we could see, for instance, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, and all these people in the beginning of the 20th century. And we also tried to ask a simple question. Which kind of backgrounds did they come from, these inventors? And what you see is that they were mostly born to rich families. Okay, if you're born to a rich family, then you're much more likely to be an inventor. And this is even
financing. You have finance.
this is even more.
You have many things.
Yeah.
Let's not have that discussion.
There are many things, and that's true. We also, for instance, in Denmark, we managed to convince the army to share their IQ data with us. That way we could also see maybe this is an IQ issue, right? Because Steve's point is right. There can be many issues in the background. And of course, there are financial frictions in the background, and there's also the genes transmission. Rich families are typically higher IQ, and they have also higher IQ kids, et cetera, et cetera. So long story short, having access to the full picture is extremely important. So that's why having access to private firm level data has been extremely crucial. One final result is that we also see that, for instance, young firms are more dynamic because they typically run by young managers, and they also work with young inventors and young engineers. And since they have access to the most recent training, education, it seems like the age of the diploma is extremely important. Once you control for the age of the diploma, the biological age doesn't matter so much for the individuals. It's really the training, the age of the training that matters. So again, something that we learn from the microdata.
Thank you. Steve.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about my work, and then I'm going to throw sort of a contrary thing, which I want comments from them, where there's a real disconnect that I just heard. So first of all, I talked pretty much about what I did. Private equity performance, they outperform at the company level, they outperform at the fund level. You wouldn't know that without private data. It's really interesting because they have different incentives, and it is probably not an accident that those incentives lead to that behavior. And it's also interesting to understand what they do, which is part of what we did in the surveys that we did. The other thing that's actually very interesting, just so you know, that came out of the surveys is private equity now is not about cost cutting. If you ask them where they expect to get their value from, it is growing revenues. So they are the way they look at the world has changed markedly in the last 10 years. So data, if you look at deals more than 10 years ago, you're looking at very different deals from the deals today, and probably what you're going to see in the data going forward. That's a prediction. Venture capital, again, they've been very successful. They do things in ways that seem to be pretty smart. The contracts, when we looked at the contracts, to Sebnem's point, the contracts, which are, again, we think the VCs have incentives to put in optimal contracts. The contracts don't look like Hart and Moore contracts. They look like Aghion and Bolton contracts, which are Aghion and Bolton, you contract on the fruit. Hart and Moore, you
Three.
contract on the collateral. So that was sort of a very, that's why that was an interesting paper to write. And again, you couldn't do it without private data. The thing that I've done most recently is there are a number of papers recently that looked at the CEO labor market among public companies. And one in particular looked at S&P 500 companies and found that something like 80 to 90% of S&P 500 CEOs are internal candidates. And they conclude from that, gee, there's not much of an outside option for CEOs, and maybe there are frictions, and maybe they're paid too much if there's no outside option because they're all internal. And, and I don't know what's in the data you have, but you may already know this, and I kind of knew what the answer was, but I said, I don't think that's right. I think there is a real CEO labor market. So we went and looked at the 200 largest LBOs from 2010 to 2016. We used PitchBook data. And then we followed the CEOs using PitchBook, LinkedIn, Google searches. And you could see when these firms made a CEO change. And it turned out 75% of the CEOs the private equity firms hire are outsiders. So it is like a completely different inference if you just look at the public versus looking at public and private. A lot of the people they hire have public company experience. And then you can do a back of the envelope calculation about what they're paid by looking at the returns, which you can actually find in some combination. There are a couple private databases you can figure out how the investments did. And when you look at what the CEOs make when they work for the private equity funded companies, they make much more than CEOs of public companies of the same size, and they make about as much as the median S&P 500 CEO, even though the companies are smaller. And so inference from that is either, well, there is a labor market, there is an outside option. Why such a difference? There are a few explanations I won't go into. So that's what I've done. Those are the key takeaways. But sort of the bottom line is you learn a ton by looking at the private data that you might not learn if you just look at the public data. So I'm agreeing. It's very useful. All of what we do is very useful. Now the disconnect that I'm sitting here and going, what's going on, is the last 5 years have been spectacular for venture capital. And there's been an immense amount of money in venture capital. The number of companies that have been funded, record levels, I think it's even more than in the dot-com boom, which suggests a huge amount of innovation, suggests there's a huge amount of incentive. And you heard at least John and Ufuk saying, business dynamism is dying, it's terrible, it's awful. And I'm sitting here and I see what my students do, I see all this, and it's awesome. So, and I also wonder, the census data is just US. Is that, I didn't turn it off, I'm sorry. Right while I'm,
Sell.
Bye. Right while I'm talking. And the census data is all U.S., doesn't have foreign, and I just wonder, because a lot of activity,
it's foreign.
Even for the venture-funded companies, you ask them where they do development or some of their more rote stuff. Even young companies do stuff in India, they do stuff in China, they do stuff in Brazil, and I'm not sure that shows up in the U.S. data. So that's a question. So, but the general question is, why the disconnect? Because I'm sitting here seeing all this dynamism, and then does the lack of international data matter?
Great. Actually, what I was going to go to next fits with that nicely. Suppose someone proposes, it's kind of come up in what we've talked about already, a shorthand. Private, public, it's basically small, large, or especially with that, young, old. When are those analogies okay? If you only had size data, what are you missing when you don't know private versus public, when you have age or size of a firm? Or are you not missing things? For certain things, is it okay? For certain things, is it not? And I'll just throw that out to anyone who wants to pick it up.
I'll start. I don't think size gets you that far. Maybe not as far as it comes for me. I think you need age. Now, size is correlated with age, and so sometimes it's incredibly helpful. I think it's critical that you know public versus private for reasons that I think...
And ownership in
Yeah,
general.
and ownership in general.
Ownership,
Within
ownership.
private,
So-
ownership matters.
So,
Yeah, exactly.
so it's not as though, by the way, the large mature firms, all of them are doing poorly, right? And indeed, some are doing very well, and so on. So it's not all the activity is coming out of young small firms. There are large mature firms that are growing and restructuring and adding productivity growth and the like. And we need to think about that in light of the kind of theories Ufuk chatted about and so on. So here's the thing, though, Steve. So some of us are also macroeconomists sitting here, and so one of the things is 2010 to 2019. If you believe the productivity statistics of the United States, they've been anemic, just anemic, including in the sectors that we think are just taken off, and so lots of us have been debating. Chad's he's the galaxy expert on this. I think the metaverse expert on this. On what's going on with this productivity slowdown, and so I think that's part of the disconnect, Steve. Is it? So I talk to people like you, or I talk to Eric Brun-Jolson, who often tell me just the amazing things that are going on the technology side, partly sponsored by the fact that VC markets are really taking off. And I say to him, and actually Chad says to him, and they're working together, where is it in the productivity statistics? So, and Chad actually has an answer for that if we give him a chance to talk about it. So.
Not my
He's the
time.
social planner.
Yeah, go ahead, Sebnem. You want to follow?
Just to answer your question. So I fully agree with John that age is very important. But I would actually say size is extremely important as a direct mapping to financial frictions. Size directly maps to financial frictions, but to see this, you have to have the whole picture. You cannot see this in complete stat sample. And you may not also see just on the private side. You have to have the whole thing, because only then you are going to have meaningless variation in size that matches to the financial friction. So in both our papers, these are NBR working papers, the one with Veronica, Emin, and Henry at census, when we match Orbis data to census, we show this. And then now the new paper, evidence on monetary policy risk-taking, when we use the Federal Reserve NII Y14 data, there is a one-to-one mapping between size. We plot the entire firm size distribution, starting small private, ending large public. You map directly to financial constraints. And there, the collateral type you use is going to be this other dimension of heterogeneity. So size and the collateral type directly map to the financial constraints. So in that sense, I think that's very important. And let me tie this to what Steve and Ufuk said. So we all agree that we have to have full picture to learn more, to understand its heterogeneity, and to understand industrial policy. I will also tell you about macro policy. It is extremely important for macroeconomic policy making, not just monetary policy, all macro policy. When they were designing PPP program, you all know PPP program, in the middle of COVID, Paycheck Protection Program, which is actually a very large part of the CARES Act. So this is middle of COVID. It is over 800 billion, much, much larger than what has been done in 2008. PPP program was targeted to small firms directly, right? SMEs, firms less than 500 employees. They had to design this program in a week, literally, and they wanted to match Federal Reserve data to census data. They being the federal government, they couldn't do it. So so census, BLS, and Federal Reserve, they cannot come together. Everybody says different regulatory jurisdictions. No, we cannot do it. No, we cannot do it. It wasn't done, and then PPP program rolled out. Huge take-up, 94%. I mean, the money spent, yes, jobs saved, but now there's a lot of argument that a lot's wasted, a lot of inefficiency. Why? Because it was an untargeted program. Why they wanted to match the two data sets? Because they wanted to do it targeted. And they couldn't do it. So this is exactly, I think, where we should be moving forward. I think it is very, very important from all sorts of perspectives. I mean, for us, of course, we are researchers, we want to learn more. But for policy making, every dimension of policy making, to have the full picture, both on the real side and the financial side, and match these data sets. Yeah, you just stop.
Okay. Thanks. And we actually could talk more about data, and we might, but I want to now open it up to questions from the room. Amr, you want to start us off?
Hit your buttons, too.
So I think this is a question mostly for Sebnem and John, but what is the most compelling evidence you've seen that the decline in business dynamism or any other worrisome trends, such as the decline in productivity growth, is, in the United States specifically, is related to financing? Do you think it's related to financing, meaning something's changed on the financing side of the economy that has disproportionately hurt productivity growth or dynamism?
So I have one answer, and it's related to work I've done with Steve Davis. So we see this long-run decline in business dynamism, and the decline in entrepreneurship and young firm activity has played a critical role. If you actually look carefully, it's actually kind of a stair-step pattern. It's actually that young businesses have been especially hit hard in recessions, and they got especially hit hard in the Great Recession. They really never recovered. So there were you could say this is just an acceleration of trend, but things have been even flatter since then. So I think at least one answer is, and by the way, we conduct do a variety of studies that actually say it was particularly in the Great Recession, the very adverse financial conditions that just hammered those young businesses, and in many ways they never came back. So do I fully understand why there's sort of this hysteresis, basically, this persistent effect? But nevertheless, that's at least one mechanism that's at work in terms of the connection between the cycle and the trend.
But these can't be venture-funded companies because they've come roaring back.
No,
right?
well, this comes back again to the debate we're having, which is on the one hand, I'm a big believer in the right tail, but on the other hand, Sebnem's exactly right that a large fraction of activity
Is in the
yes,
in the middle.
And a small business that goes from the first 5 employees to 150 is not going to show up in Steve's penthouse, but that's a lot of job creation.
The middle is.
Yeah.
Can I just add one
Oh,
thing?
yes,
Yeah.
sorry,
Okay.
sure.
So I fully agree with John. When you ask, Amir, so we didn't look at the trend, so this decline in business dynamism, which Ufuk and John did. But in our paper, we look at both these crises, right? And then, the early paper, the 2008 crisis, the new paper, of course, that data is being started collected as a response to crisis. So it starts 2012. But basically, yes, during these type of bad events, the young and small firms, they did get hurt. I mean, it takes a long time for them to come back. That's what John is saying. We don't have that longer time series can tell you. But there is something if you want to know really on the financing side, all I can tell you after the 2012, there is something on the financing side, of course, because banks are heavily regulated. And then in an environment when banks are heavily regulated, then the guys who are already hurt and very hard for them to come back, they are going to be even more constrained, more financial friction if they are in this small and young group. Yeah.
So if you think back to some of the very earliest papers on private firms, you pretty much had to have administrative data or you had to go hand collect data from the field. You fast forward to today, Mike had the list of all the vendors up there, and you think of the ways in which they get data, and you think more broadly about, say, digitization and scraping and OCR as tools for us to study private firms. My question is, how important do you think technology is to the growth in the private firm literature?
Oh, it's huge, right? You can, when I did my dissertation, I had to get my data off of microfiche, and which happened to be in the Harvard Business School library, and I could do that now with SEC data, like that, because it's all online. Yeah. So what you can do now is just immensely different, which is terrific, so that's why I assume we'll get more research on it, particularly since it's a big chunk of the economy, and the data are more available, and that's, I think, why Mike wanted to put together this conference.
But I also think, that's exactly true, and we're doing just amazing things. So Sebnem highlighted that the BLS and Census and the Fed can't share data, but it's also the case that the barriers between the private sector data and the statistical agency data are just way too large. We need to find ways to do public-private partnerships. Some of you are sitting on top of a gold mine of data, and if we could actually integrate these things, we could answer some of the questions.
Then it wouldn't be a gold mine.
Yes.
Depends what you're using it for.
I'm willing to pick up the $500 bill. So.
Other questions? Yes, please.
So I like the discussions about the full picture and also the wallet and the lamppost analogy. So about the full picture. So I wonder what is the role of let's say, not-for-profits, households, and the government here. So, you know, we were talking a lot about public versus private firms, but especially when it comes to innovation, you know, the role of governments also maybe is important. And when it comes to welfare, you know, what about households? So you know, there's a lot of welfare generated in households. So is there any statistic that tells us how welfare is allocated across these different players? And related to that, when it comes to this lamppost problem. So when we talk about innovation, and measuring innovation is of course inherently hard. And you know, patents are, you know, one great way, but we know that a lot of innovations are not ending up in patents. So I wonder whether we are, you know, in general, even when we look at private firms, we still have this lamppost problem, that we still only study what we can measure. And yeah, so I would be interested in your views on these 2 points. Thanks.
This is an excellent question. I couldn't agree more. So relative to, 15 years ago, literally 15 years ago, the literature was quite dry in terms of the questions that we could answer, and we were just looking at the large firms. And just going back to the earlier fact, in the literature, the argument was that the relationship between firm size and other indicators like R&D intensity or firm growth, etc., it was size independent. At least that was what the literature was arguing. But that empirical evidence was coming from the fact that researchers had access only to large company data at the time, and when you go to very large firms, things are relatively flat among those. But most of the exciting things is happening on the small firm side, and relative to that time, now we can shed light on a lot more on the heterogeneity. Then you're absolutely right. I think the next question is exactly that's also what I'm trying to push. So first, we didn't have much data on innovation, because how do you measure innovation, right? It's such an abstract concept. There's an improvement in productivity or the way you produce, and suddenly firms start to grow. So we thought that initially, maybe not everything is captured in the patent data, but let's use the patent data as a first proxy. Then now we are also incorporating academic publications as a proxy for basic innovation, basic science outcome. But then, using economic theory, for instance, when you build a model, then the model will tell you that if a firm innovates, it should grow. So then, if you go to developing countries, for instance, and you want to measure innovation, maybe we don't have access to R&D or patent, but we can observe firm growth. So that can be the reflection of innovation or imitation. So we are doing our best to utilize every bit of information in any data to proxy for innovation. But as a next step, I think a huge part is the household side. You're absolutely right, because again, going back to the talent allocation part, there are a number of papers that have shown that when you subsidize R&D, indeed Austin Goolsbee, one of our colleagues wrote a paper a long time ago on this. When you subsidize R&D, innovative output doesn't go up much, but what goes up is this salary of the scientist, okay? And why? Because it's a simple supply and demand. You increase the demand for something, but if the supply is fixed, the price will adjust. So as a result, the supply side should be at least as important. While we are, encouraging firms to do more R&D, to innovate more, but we should also first supply more potential inventors in the economy so that the innovative output can go up. But we should also provide better quality inventors. And then you start discussing, suddenly, you open up the Pandora box, because suddenly high-skill immigration policy becomes part of innovation policy. And in one of our studies, recent studies, we've found something super interesting, I thought. In Denmark, there was a change in the education policy. Danish government decided to fund PhD programs. And in mid-2000, the incoming cohort, the size of the incoming cohort into PhD doubled in size. And then we looked at the average IQ of the incoming students, and then it went down dramatically. So even though, this looks like a negative negative result, indeed it's a very good news for Denmark, right? Because when the pool is small, first you bring in the smartest kids, and when your pool grows, now you go to second best or the third best group. So the IQ will go down. So when you look at the data, suddenly you realize, at least in Danish economy, that the talent allocation was relatively fine, right? In terms of whom to educate and whom to bring to companies to hire, etc. We should do similar studies for the US, but we don't have a lot of data on the household side. At least that's merged to also company level data so that we can see what talented kids are working for which firm at what salary and for what kind of jobs. And this is exactly the next step in the literature, I think. So that's why I think this conference is super useful to have this type of conversation.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure we could keep going, all of us, but one of my jobs is to keep us on time, and it is time. So I'd like to thank all of our panelists, and we'll move on to the next portion of our program. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to our panel here. We now quickly move here to our first paper presentation from Michael Owens, who's going to bring up his slides here now. And while there's a transition, I also want to acknowledge one other person. I wanted to recognize Phil Berger, who's actually the Chukasian Accounting Research Center director, who's provided a lot of guidance and support through this process too. So thank you to Phil. And let's get to our first paper here. All right, is your mic on?
I suppose I do have to be on the stage. Okay. Give myself some room. There we go. Just waiting for the slides. You do not want to see that. And this is streaming, right? Yeah, okay. Thank God I have tenure. Okay. Well, I'll get some of the preliminaries out of the way before the slides go up. So this is joint work with Juan, who's sitting over there. I want to thank the organizers for asking us to present this. Once the slides are up, I'll be talking about a paper, a specific kind of paper. It's going to look a little bit different than the rest of today's sessions and tomorrow's, which is this is a survey article, so I'm not going to have fancy identification or brand new data. Our goal in this project was to kind of collect a series of facts about public capital markets and private capital markets to see if we could bridge the two in terms of understanding if and how they're connected, and maybe inform research and policy. So I hope there's still questions. You can't attack an instrumental variable, but I think there still might be some things we can talk about. So I look forward to that once the slides are up. I could wing it without slides, but and Mike, you're keeping time, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. I just meant that I don't have a phone. That's fine. I'd known to talk fast, so. Watch me pace. Oh, victory. Oh, you gotta, I think they're set for Zoom. So go to slideshow. Set up slide, no, not that. What's the setting, right? There's a setting. No, you, there we go. That's roughly. Okay. Thanks again for patiently waiting for that. Let's make sure the clicker works. It does, perfect. Okay, so again, thanks to the organizers for asking us to do this, and those who just got back from outside. This is a survey paper, so I'm not going to have fancy econometrics or new data. I still think there'll be some new insights and might be a little bit of learning involved. I am really looking forward to any discussion. So I got the first 5 minutes, and then hopefully you all have some questions for us. So I want to start with some simple motivating facts, of which some have already been discussed by both our organizer and the panel. So I'll go quickly through the ones we've already seen. I want to start at what I'll call the top, but I was really happy to see the panel kind of pushing hard against let's not default to CompuStat, straight to my heart there. But the top here will be publicly traded companies. So there's the two big facts I want to start with is we know that the number of newly public companies via IPO has declined significantly in the US. This is a US specific phenomenon. If there's any consensus in the literature beyond that fact that there's fewer, it's also the timing. So 1996, 1997 seems to be the peak. This coincides with the decline in the number of listed firms, 8,000 to 4,000 or so. Okay, fact one. Fact two is the composition of firms that do go public, either at the IPO or eventually are public, are different. So we have fewer public firms listed, but the market cap is roughly the same, so firms are bigger. You can see that at the IPO stage here from Jay Ritter's data, so firms are larger in terms of sales. And then this is from some work with Joanne on venture-backed startups. What we do is we explore the characteristics of private firms 7 years after first financing. And the takeaway from this figure and a big part of that paper is to say that firms are staying private longer, venture capital-backed firms. And so what you see is basically firms are older when they go public as well. Third fact, let's move down now into the private sphere. So I'm going to focus primarily on venture capital, not because I want to be in the penthouse, so that does sound nice, but it's also because it's where the data is. And speaking of lampposts, it's a lot of the research. Fortunately for us, if you're interested in public firms, a good place to start looking on the private side is venture and private equity because they are a source of a large set of public firms. So in the late stage financing market, think old companies, there's simply more capital and new and old investors. So on the left side here, just looking at the bar graphs there, that's the total capital raised by both early stage young startups and late stage ones. And the growth is coming primarily from the late stage part of that. So what I want you to have in mind here is these are the firms that are historically at risk of going public. On the right side, the big players in this late stage financing environment with respect to investors are non-traditional investors. So it's not your typical VC firm. It's going to be Tiger. It's going to be mutual funds, hedge funds, and sometimes even pension funds. Final fact is one layer down at the early stage, cheaper capital. So being a startup these days, particularly a venture capital or angel-backed startup, is a lot easier as a founder. Capital is cheaper in two ways. You're giving up fewer cash flow rights. You're selling less equity. And on the contracting side, which Steve knows a lot about, is that you're giving up less control. So one of those contractual rights is board seats. VCs are less likely to take board seats over the last 20 years than they did in the past. So we've got a changing market. What we're going to do in this project is try to provide some connections between the two that we think can guide research and policy. So I'm going to go through some more facts in the next 35 minutes or so. I want to try to convince you that these changes are interconnected, and one really important way they're interconnected is regulations in one capital market can have significant consequences in another. And the channel I'll get through by the end is just basically that private firms are the source of a lot of public firms, and so we'd be careful when we're putting together policy. And related to that is what in our research and others demonstrate is that changes in the capital markets, the financing side of things, can impact both the public versus private trade-off, but also the bargaining power between these two players. And this is important because entrepreneurs tend to view the exit and organizational form decision in a very different way than investors. And that generates, again, another source of tension in regulation and research. So we have to keep that in mind. So overall, we think that this interconnectedness is important for research and policy in the sense that these dynamic interconnections are pretty much everywhere in this space. Here are the 4 questions I'm going to talk about. How have these markets changed? I'm primarily going to focus on private markets because that's what I do, and most of us know how the public markets have changed. What drives these change, and then I want to talk about policy and next questions. Okay. Before I do that, I suspect many of you know these things, so feel free to check Twitter for the next 5 minutes if this is familiar. But I'm just going to do a little bit of setting the stage so we have our terms set. What I mean by that is, first off, public and private. This one I'm pretty passionate about because the academic literature is not as careful as it should be when it talks about, no one in this room, between public and private. So the average academic, particularly in finance, when they think about a public firm, they think of the merge between CompuStat and CRISP. Once it's there, it's public. I'm not disagreeing with that. That certainly is a public firm. But there are tons of firms that I would not call private, which are these semi-public firms, that are also either in CompuStat in some weird way, or in other ways disclosing things that, at least from my perspective, would make them a public firm, or certainly not a private one. So the 2 types I'm going to highlight here are shares on like OTC, and then other registered securities, primarily bonds. So today, when I talk about private versus public, it's the top and the bottom. So pure private firms are those that have none of these disclosures. They're not traded in an equity sense. And this is important because the economics are going to be quite different. Here's just a quick primer on what I mean by features of the venture capital market and startup space generally. Again, this is, some of you know what this is, but I want to make sure I set terms. So early stage and late stage startup, the basic idea is young versus old and small versus big. That's important. What I want to highlight here is late stage startups. When I talk about them, I tend to have in my mind, these are the sets of firms that might go public. That's the risk set. Security design is also different. So when we think about publicly traded firms, and from my last slide, we have common equity traded on an exchange regulated by the SEC. That set of securities is limited, maybe include bonds. In our space, it's a Wild West in a way, right? Preferred equity or some form of convertibles that have their own regulatory regime, but the investors tend to have more cash flow rights and control rights in this setting. And then finally, what makes it interesting as an economist, at least for me, is this space is intermediated capital in many ways. So investors are investing out of non-registered funds, that's really important, and they have goals that often conflict with that of the entrepreneur. Okay, that's the setting. I could almost take off my lecture hat. One more slide. The other piece is what happens when companies are raising capital. So when they raise these capital, basically you think that my view of the SEC is if you're going to sell a security, the default is it needs to be registered, and so you need to ask for permission to not register it. And so there is a whole host of exemptions. The big one for us is 506D. So when we see venture, one reason venture is popular in research is not just because it's important for innovation, it's because these firms file Form Ds because of Reg D, and it's on Edgar, relatively easy to download. With this exemption comes limitations. To whom you can sell, how many of those people you can sell to, and the liquidity. There's some other exemptions on 506 and 504, but what's important too is this liquidity piece is a big wedge between the public and the private that we're going to study. Okay. What happens when a firm goes from a private to a public? Again, we all know this. I just want to quickly go over it. Of course, share liquidity increases. Secondary markets in the private side have not evolved in the way that many academics and providers have thought they would. There are lots of reasons for that. Regulatory environment, of course, changes. You have listing requirements and things like SOX. And then the information environment changes. You're disclosing lots of things, and you're subject to insider trading. And then finally, you have a greater separation of ownership and control, opening up Pandora's box potentially for additional agency problems. So short-termist pressures are one of those. Okay, now I'm done with the lecture. We can get back into kind of results. So first I want to talk about some important features of public capital markets that I think are worthy of discussion, in particular to contrast with the private side. So first big set of changes that we have to keep in mind, and this has been the focus of the academic literature, is to think about the, oh please, yeah, of course. So technically, all of these things apply to non-venture backed. When I show you graphs with data, it's primarily going to be venture capital backed, but any firm raising any form of finance that isn't a registered security has to deal with, for example, these things. Yeah, but there are, so let me put it, there are, let's say, I don't know, 500,000 Form Ds. Venture is a slice of that, a large slice, but when I show you data, it's going to be venture, unfortunately. Yeah. Right. So this has been the focus of the academic literature, I think for a lot of reasons, some of which was discussed in the panel. Basically, the idea is there have been these changes to the public capital markets. What could drive it is the cost of being public has changed, or the benefits have changed, and here are some reasons why. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but they have been studied in great depth, I would say. And what the conclusion from this in those papers at the end, this is not doing justice to this literature, is that while everyone agrees there's a decline, everyone agrees there's a decline, and everyone tends to agree that these things, while important for public firms, cannot help us understand the timing of the changes in the public market. So regulation is obviously at top of mind of many firms, public firms, but it's just not the first order issue, at least on the research side. Talk to a CEO, they may disagree with you, but we're talking about data, not an anecdote. Okay, next, what's happening to these, what do these public firms look like? I already highlighted this before. So we've got median age of firms that going public has increased significantly. They are larger, that's the solid red line. And another feature that I think hasn't been well explained in this space is the characteristic of profitability. Oh yeah, please. Just scream out or something, it's hard for me to see.
Do you know, like, does some of this depend on composition changes? Like if there's a lot more biotech firms and they're tending to be pre-rev, I mean, is this, the same type of firm is changing, or we're changing the composition of the firms?
We're definitely going to get to that. That's part of what we're trying to understand is how much, you can think of there's a demand to go, or characteristics required to be a public firm, either on the regulatory or market side. And so it's possible that the set of small new firms has changed. That's actually one of the things we'll talk about. Yes. So, yes, Jay Ritter, I think, in his data, he provided, okay, his PhD student sent me an Excel file. I think he did. He filters them out. I'm kind of glad he did, because I'm guessing that 2020 would look weird. Okay, so the answer is, we're gonna have a SPAC slide. Yes, although it's not clear that those are a feature they're gonna stick. So profitability's fallen. I don't know of any work that's been able to explain that. I think you could tell a story with some of the stuff we have in the next few slides. Okay, speaking of SPACs, the other changes have been listing. So one of the frictions that's been argued for why firms aren't going private or public as often is that the cost of doing so is quite high. There's that whole 7% of offering piece. So there have been innovations starting with the market. So NASDAQ and NYSE, these are two screenshots from their website. In response, regulators through rulemaking and no action letter type combinations have said it's okay, you can do this. Basically, listing requirement, the listing and exchange piece of regulation is slowly allowing direct listing. So think of that as no investment bank involved, a cheaper way to both go public and also raise money, which to me is a little weird. What is a direct listing if you're raising money? And the SPAC thing. Who knows where that's going? But that's another piece. Now, to transition to the private side, which is where I want to spend more time, I want to highlight that figure I showed you before and some other facts as well. So the big story of this figure is I've tried to, this pretty circle I put there, which is we plotted on the same figure of late stage and early stage venture capital, is the amount of capital raised in initial public offerings, IPO offerings, and SEOs, so seasoned equity offerings. So think of this as a approximation of equity raising in public markets. And much like what Mike showed early on with the size of venture funds and PE funds exceeding that of IPOs and SEOs, it's not just that. It's the capital being invested in firms is now larger than capital being raised by public firms. I think it's a pretty big deal. I was surprised when we first made this figure. I hadn't seen this before. I guess this is one of the results of the paper. But this just tells you more about the relative sizes of these two markets. Okay, so now let's talk about, I think, a little more interesting, the private side. And I'm going to summarize this by more startups and a lot more capital. And just to detail that a little bit more. Okay, let's start early, young and small firms. And again, venture-backed, I got to qualify that for sure. So what I plotted here is using venture source only, which is no longer around. The new kid in town is PitchBook, but it's roughly the same I've seen. The financing year here is the years companies raised money. The solid line is a simple count of the number of young companies raising new rounds of financing. Two things have happened. A lot more of it, maybe in contrast to the declining dynamism story. I'm not going to get into that debate. On the other side is a phenomenon that I explained in a different paper, which is the size of financing. So firms are raising, a median sense, raising less money per financing round, although there's a lot more firms raising that capital. So that's one fact. So now, what's also happened at the same time is early stage financing in players have changed dramatically, essentially in the 2000s. So we've got angel investors playing a larger role. Y Combinator, local Techstars, for example. Accelerators and incubators are playing a very important role. And this is a theme across the private financing landscape, is we're seeing more activity both on the demand side and the supply side is changing. It's not just more money, but more players. So part of what we did in this project was to just get as much data as we could in one table about these facts. And here's one view of that, is you can see the number of the unique accelerators and incubators has gone almost tenfold since 2002, and there were no equity crowdfunding platforms. It's not clear that's going to blow up no matter what, but goes from 0 to 34. There's been an emergence of new early stage investors. Now, whether this is a response to the increase in financing or the causal piece, we haven't been able to disentangle that, but it is an important fact to keep in mind. Okay, let's move up the development piece now to late stage companies. So the way we define this is basically 4 years or older startups, so they've survived, of course. Here we see a similar growth in the number of financings, and think of these as firms that are at risk of going public historically. Now, in contrast to the early stage, we see that the average amount of capital raised by these firms year on year has increased. I mean, the dot-com boom is always nuts in these figures. What's happened is more companies are raising late stage financing and they're raising more money. And the fun way I like to kind of connect this to the public markets is the simple statistic over here. The 90th percentile of IPO offering size as of 1997, so going all the way back, was in real terms 99 million. So we can just count in 2002 how many startups raised in venture, raised at least that much money. There were 6. Now, 2002 is a bad year, but it's about the same in 2003 and 2004. By 2019, this number was about 190 firms. So you have as a world where firms were not raising anywhere near what going public meant as an offering, and we're seeing what look like huge IPO offerings today that we didn't see as private financings. So a big takeaway from these changes is that private markets appear to be substituting in some ways for what public markets used to do in capital raising. You can also see this in the amount of capital provided. So just taking the top line of VC funds, it has increased, but most of the private equity side is coming from PE funds in terms of assets under management. And the takeaway here, when combined with those other two figures, yes, please. Yes.
That raise money more than $99 million, is that an increase in valuations, or even if the size adjusts, you'd see the same thing?
It is dollars invested. Valuations have also increased. So, but this is just a pure dollars going in. It's not a function of valuation at all. Okay. Well, it goes the other way around. It's PitchBook then VCA, I think. But guys can correct me. Yeah. Okay. We could talk actually. Anyway, do you think the patterns are very different? Are you saying they go the different? So we could talk about that more. Early stage is tricky. So this is speaking of data gaps from the panel. Regulatory disclosures are really rare for small angel-backed companies. If you're, for example, you're raising a convertible note, depends on the lawyer. They might say, don't worry about filing something. And so it's harder to get data from regulatory filings. So we rely on PitchBook to, their 300-400 employees to go find this stuff in their own ways. And VentureSource was indeed not as good at that. But I am confident that the capital raised amount here in late stage has gone up significantly more per deal than early, for sure. Okay. Right, so a couple points I want to make here. One is capital raised by startups is going up, but you can't explain that increase by simply looking at the relative increase in venture capital funds, traditional sources of capital for these startups. And this is a preview for some of the other results, is that late stage financing in particular is being financed by non-traditional investors. So there's entry of new investor types, which is an important part of the private capital markets. And as a preview of some other stuff, there's been this 3x increase in fund raised. At the same time, large limited partners like public pensions and endowments have seen their allocations to this asset class go up at least threefold over the same time period. This is roughly 20-year period. So we have a next question. Yeah, please.
Just a clarification question. Sure. So what is the role of family offices here compared to family firms in the past? So is some of this growth maybe just family firms becoming family offices, becoming whatever private equity or venture capital? Can something like this go on?
Okay, so when I hear family office, I think a rich family, third generation, they have a lot of money to manage, and they become an institutional investor. Mm-hmm. Is that, you're not thinking of an operating company, right? You're thinking of it as an investor.
Yeah, but also an operating company that maybe funds other corporations, but predominantly I'm interested in them becoming institutional investors.
So there's not a lot of data that I know about on family offices, another data gap that needs to be filled. But my anecdotal experience in this space, like working at venture funds and helping them, family offices are playing a bigger and bigger role. My hypothesis here is this wealth and income inequality. There's just a lot of money sitting in some of these large families, for example, and they're managing it. But I don't know what, they're not in, I'll be careful, they're not in this data, okay, for sure. They're not filing, they're not raising other people's money. That's one way to think about it, so they don't have to file everything. Okay. So what's driving these changes? Three things we think are going on the private side. Regulation, changes affecting investors, what we'll call the supply side, and changes affecting the demand side, startups and founders. So on the regulation, asked me 5 years ago, I would have said this is the boring slide. I now think this is the more interesting one. That's what happens over the career, I guess. But there are three things I want to highlight. One in particular, NISMIA, the National Security Markets Improvement Act of 1996. I'll get into that in a second. A more recent example of one is the Pension Protection Act, which allows, these are innovations or changes in regulation that allow, in this case, governmental pension plans to invest in VC and PE that do not trigger certain costly fiduciary rules. These types of changes have been occurring since the 70s. It's just a constant opening up of access to private equity and venture capital on the supply side. And then, of course, the Jobs Act. Lots of things going on here. AngelList had a no action letter. It said, sure, do what you want to do. So long as everybody's accredited, you can help people raise money. Crowdfunding and the ease of no solicitation. So there's been a deregulation in Jobs Act, a deregulation in the Pension Protection Act, and a deregulation on NISMIA. So on the financing side, it's been a pretty big deal. Now, this act on its own, it's not I don't want to make this presentation about this, but what it does highlight is a particular role of deregulation in the private capital markets that I think can help us understand what's going on now and what could happen in the future. So what was NISMIA? This was a preemption of state laws. So what you have in mind is back before 96, if you were raising private capital and you listened to your lawyer, if you're raising money from multiple states, you had to comply with each state regulator. Think of it as state securities regulation was state level. After this, it became federal. And on top of that, they amended the Investment Company Act, which is, I think, a bigger deal. At the time, they allowed the number of investors a given unregistered fund could raise money from without triggering registration rules. So mutual funds are the most common registered investment company. It is expensive to be registered, so you want to avoid it. It changed the cap and thus made it easier for funds to get bigger. So we have two versions. The first one's a little more complicated, but versions of a deregulation that lead to a possible positive supply shock to private capital markets. And indeed, that's what we found. So there's lots of evidence, but the kind of interesting one is after this law change, the set of startups that need more money and that are likely to exhaust local resources and have to go outside their state, those are the ones that are going to benefit the most from lowering barriers between states through this preemption rule, basically getting rid of state-level regulation for securities. And indeed, that's what we found in this paper. This is just a snapshot of one of the tables, again with Juan. And what we show is that late-stage startups are more likely to raise money from outside the state, consistent with the idea that they have easier access and possibly more competition among investors. Lots of other things happened. Funds got bigger, late-stage startups were able to raise more money, and important, these are the types of startups prior to 96 that were going public. So you have a situation, remember the peak of the US IPO market is 96, 97. This is a law that happened right at that time that changed the calculation for a late-stage startup that needs a $25 million round. Before this, it was quite challenging to find a fund that could give you that amount of money. And starting in 96, 97, funds got larger, those check sizes were more reasonable. It resulted in what we argue is a positive supply shock. Okay, what else is happening in this world? Yeah, please.
So the regulatory idea I think is interesting, where you say that so the reason why there's fewer IPOs, the fewer companies say private longer is because of the regulatory wedge, right, between private and public. But if you look in European markets, the regulatory wedge is smaller, right? And as far as what I know, I don't think we've seen a huge increase in IPOs, or we've not seen patterns suggesting that regulation contributes to this going public decision, at least relative, comparing Europe to the US.
So the EU is, you're referee 2 of the paper. This was an important question that we tried to answer without data, but just looking at it. So the EU today, or at least when we wrote the paper, looks a lot like pre-96 US. There's a sense of federal regulation at the EU level, but for particular private securities, our understanding, now we are not lawyers, but we did a little bit of research on this, is that private capital raising looks very country level as opposed to state level in the US. There are a lot of rules you have to deal with at the country level that look a lot like the US pre-96. I'm happy to talk more. I might be wrong about that, but no one's really looked at this that I know of in depth. But it could be a nice contrast with the US, yeah. This is private capital raising, like for small firms.
For small firms, again, we go back to VC back, because you can definitely do equity buyouts and equity mergers across borders very easily.
Those are more likely to be public firms, or they're larger firms?
A German private firm can buy out equity in a Spanish private firm. This is the FSAP. This is their big financial service harmonization plan. Every country given 10 years, as of 2009, everybody has to pass it. Since 2009, everybody has this. I mean, the whole point is both countries have the exact same regulation. That's why it becomes very easy.
All right. So I think what we have in mind, and Juan, maybe correct me, is the capital raising. So if you're going to raise $5 million from a German investor and $5 million from a UK investor as a startup, that's the big challenge.
Yeah, when we looked at it, and this was kind of in the appendix of that paper, but when we look at it, a lot of the failure to integrating the capital markets in Europe when it comes to VC investments was on the tax side. So essentially, if you are a partner in a venture capital firm and you make investments across Europe, the tax implications of those investments have not been harmonized because each country still keeps its own tax rules. So that's very costly. So the taxing of the capital gains that you make when you make investments across Europe, that was a big issue in trying to harmonize the private equity market in Europe.
Because equity ownership is extremely easy, but the taxing of the capital gains.
Exactly. And that matters a lot for the partners.
Okay, so hard questions for him now. No, I guess this is okay. Thank you. Right, so other changes, non-regulatory. There's been more allocation from large institutional investors. So think supply side for VC funds, university endowments, and we all know those are, and public pensions. Now, what's going on here? This is an open research question. This is a survey article, so I'm going to do a few of these. For example, Yale endowment and the return chasing model, maybe David Swenson opened up a lot of people's eyes to, oh, maybe we should be doing this. There's some work on this. I think there's more that could be done. And on the pension side, there's this classic issue about PE provides, at least on paper, or like academic research suggests it has a higher expected return. This works well for a pension fund that has a low interest rate environment combined with a pension gap, a funding gap. And so you can shift your allocation to PE, say, oh, I just increased my exposure to a 15% asset class. Now my expected return is higher, and you can play that game. It's not hard. It's hard to do that over the long run, but that, speaking to Josh Rao, this is anecdotally part of what might be going on. And here's the low yield environment. The other thing that's going on is investors. So the players in the late stage venture market, so think 4 to 6 year old startups, the players on the investor side have changed a lot. So we call them, I think, non-traditional investors. These include PE funds, growth equity funds, think Tiger Global's a good one, corporations, Intel, Apple, mutual funds, and hedge funds. Some of these, as we all know, are also players in the public market, at least historically. So what's going on here? Well, one circular argument is there are fewer investment opportunities in the public side, and so they have to put that money somewhere, and there's a growth in private markets. Again, an unanswered research question and tough to answer anyway. Investing in private firms can also help on the fee side. If your goal is to beat a managed index fund or a passive ETF, you can justify your fees by possibly finding an alternative investment, and lo and behold, here are some. So investing in private firms can do this. So index funds and index ETFs have grown and active has fallen. And so there are rules on how much mutual funds can allocate to private markets, but this could be part of the story. And again, unanswered question. Now, this was to an earlier question about changes in, I don't know, maybe call it demand or composition in the economy level. Some work in, I think it's JEP, where they talk about all the changes to the public corporation and try to understand what's going on. And one of the hypotheses that I don't think has been tested in depth is the idea that the role of intangible versus physical capital. And here again is a CompuStat sample figure, but CapEx over assets versus R&D. There's a growth in R&D relative to assets versus CapEx. I highlighted the big point here, which I was like, wish there was a site right there, so there was a paper. But R&D intensive firms may be better off raising equity, and particularly privately. And one story is information, right? You got an investment idea. If you're public, you have to tell the world a lot about what you're doing, and that might be costly from the profitability of the idea. The other thing that could be going on is technological and financial innovation. And so I've documented this in some work where we take advantage of a change in early stage financing from the introduction of the cloud. So the key idea here is early stage startups are really expensive. It's really expensive for them to raise capital in the experimental stages. It's extremely risky. And what the introduction of the cloud did is made it cheaper for startups to do the same thing they were doing before and thus learn more quickly and raise less capital. So the cloud emergence occurred in 2006. It allowed you to build software products and raise less capital. And this is not just about 2006. We think other industries are affected by this type of phenomenon. So the basic idea here is Mark Andreessen quote, in the 90s, if you wanted to build an internet company, you need to buy a bunch of stuff. You had to have a physical server, and that server basically had to be prepared for the maximum amount of traffic that you were going to get, right, or processing power. And you had to buy that in advance, often long-term contracts. The world shifted with the cloud eventually from a buy model to a rent model. And you can read the paper, but we were careful about exogeneity and stuff. We tie this to capital investing in early stage startups. So after this change, startups that benefited from the cloud raise less capital, and investors behave very differently. They build portfolios differently, they govern startups differently. It just changed the early stage financing landscape significantly. So we think this is another part of the change that can explain some of the other patterns I showed you before. So connecting all this, I'm wrapping up now. I think I got a few more minutes. So the regulatory changes and these investor level changes have increased the supply. Thank you. They've increased the supply of capital, while technological changes, like the cloud, are changing the demand, particularly in the early stages. So we have these complex changes. They're all going in a particular direction. If I can connect the dot with one more thing, and that's going to be the idea that managers of private firms, most of them, even if you offered them an IPO, would probably say no. They want to maintain control and remain private, at least for the next 6-7 months. It's not, IPO is not the victory or prize that many, at least academics in finance, think it is. And so when you give managers the choice to stay private, they might use it. And this has consequences for the timing and type of exits that translate into public firms. That's the basic story here. And so we see this in the data. I already showed you this. There have been significant changes in proxies for bargaining power. Equity sold to investors is down. Control of boards is down. You could show this in contract terms. Almost every dimension of cash flow rights that VCs ask for, like liquidation preferences, are less, strong liquidation preferences are less common. Entrepreneurs have a lot more bargaining power today than they did in the past. And we show in back to that Nismia story, we show that if you increase exogenously, I'll put that in quotes, I guess, increase founder equity, so just randomly give a founder a little bit more equity for some exogenous reason, like, I don't know, a pension has hired someone that makes them with home bias invest more locally. Just bear with me on that one. That increase in supply causally results in the firm delaying or avoiding an IPO. So managers in the venture data, at least, behave in a way consistent with this idea that if given the choice, they would like to delay their exits, at least somewhat. And so this is the channel I want to just highlight here, is that changes in private capital markets can change the composition and timing of exits, which in turn get to the public markets. And I'm going to basically highlight that this has some challenges to it, right? We have to believe that the entrepreneurs and investors are happy with this. Longer time to exit without a secondary market is going to impact returns for both employees and investors. And this is a real challenge that has not been solved. But I want to just end on a sort of regulatory and policy piece. I think if you believe this story about the interconnectedness of the markets and this bargaining power story, it has consequences for how we evaluate regulation, both policymakers and researchers. So my favorite example is the Jobs Act. Motivated by, we don't have enough IPOs in listed firms primarily, let's deregulate that. Great, that's the emerging growth company. I'm simplifying things, but it's the emerging growth company. Oh, while we're at it, why don't we do all this stuff over here on the right? Well, what is all the stuff on the right? It's basically deregulating the private capital markets. And if you believe any bit of what I've said before, this would dampen that first objective. Like the ability to achieve more IPOs, in the short run at least, is going to be offset by this change in the private capital markets. Now, no one's shown this, so again, unanswered research question, but it's consistent with the connections. And another important policy that hasn't been resolved yet is increasing access to this asset class, what I'll generally call private equity. So the SEC actually put together an asset management advisory committee that evaluated this. Should we allow retail investors right now who cannot invest in PE to invest in PE? The motivation is there aren't enough investment opportunities with the decline in the number of listed firms. This affects diversification and expected returns. And so they're asking a question of whether it's the right strategy to allow this. Now, from a sort of mathematical perspective, perhaps you could say it is. There are higher expected returns and they could diversify. But I think if we step back and think about the regulatory issues and the interconnectedness, there are some challenges. So if your goal is to increase diversification by increasing access to PE, which we've already done, regulation crowdfunding does it, changes, everyone in this room is now accredited. If you have a PhD or any form of certification, we are now all accredited. So we've already done some of this. If you believe our other results, what's going to happen is this is going to increase the supply of private equity, all else equal. And I think you can see where I'm going. And that's going to have a consequence for possibly changing or exacerbating the very problems that regulators care about on the public side. And so there are open questions just even in the House right now. This is from the summer last year, and this is a recent Department of Labor question. This matters, of course, too, for information. If we're going to allow retail investors to invest, they are going to have a lot less information available to them unless we change those rules. But now we have a tension going the opposite way. As we increase disclosure rules for private firms, we start to blur what it means to be a public versus a private firm. And tied to things like intangible assets, maybe what makes private firms unique is their ability to not have to disclose. And so these types of decisions have to be put in the context, a broader context of public and private markets together. That's our big punchline here. So I'm going to end on some research questions. I'm going to leave it up here. But the one I want to highlight is this is the third one that I know of. Not enough research has been done. So one benefit of public markets that hasn't come up in these slides is that private firms benefit a lot from seeing valuations in public markets and seeing 10Ks and the investments that are being done by public firms. So a consequence of the decline in the public markets, although we may not think it is as important as the average academic given this audience, it is really important for the practitioners in the world that are making investment decisions. And it's a question of whether the private markets are going to also suffer from a decline in the public markets. I think it's an interesting and unanswered research question. So with that, any other questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Michael. We have a 30-minute break now. We'll come back here at 1:45. Thank you.
small. I feel like I see you in person. So what's your name? Your name takes Flip. Oh, you're tenured yet? Well, then you really couldn't do that.
Should work, okay.
Maybe I should get off.
All right. If you could all settle back in to your seats. All right, we're ready for the second session for today. This time we're having 2 papers, 45 minutes each. Same game plan as before, 5 minutes to just set up the paper, and then you're free to ask any questions. Please make sure to use the microphone and to actually activate it when you're asking any questions. Other than that, I don't have much more to say here, except for that Manasa Gopal will present the first paper, where we'll dig now deeper into what are the financing aspects if we have more data, what kind of heterogeneity in terms of what type of lenders, for example, we have. And later on, we'll have also Stephan who will talk with deep, rich data about what type of financing you can get and what type of heterogeneity we have there. So without further ado, Manasa, the stage is yours.
Great. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting us. I look forward to your comments on this paper. This paper is about the rise of finance companies and fintech lenders in small business lending, and it's co-authored with Philipp Schnabl, who is at NYU Stern. So our paper is motivated by 2 facts about small businesses. The first being that in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, bank lending to small businesses dropped significantly, right? So in 2016, bank lending to small businesses was about 24% below the 2006 levels, and particularly the largest banks, the 4 largest banks in the US, decreased lending by over 40%. Okay, so academics have spoken a lot about this missing bank lending. At the same time, we know that small businesses are critical for economic growth. Okay, so nearly all businesses in the US are classified as small according to the SBA definition. They account for almost half of all employment in the US, and about 2 out of the 3 jobs that are created every year are created at small businesses. So small businesses now have they contribute significantly to the economy, and after the financial crisis, we saw that overall employment in the US took a while to recover. Okay, so unemployment rates only went back to 2008 levels by 2014. Okay, so in this paper, we're going to ask whether this reduction in bank lending led to slow recovery from the financial crisis. So we're particularly interested in whether lack of bank credit to bank-reliant firms led to slow economic recovery, and what is the ability of small businesses to substitute to alternate sources of funding, right? So we want to ask this from like a small business's perspective. Now, if you don't have access to bank credit, can the financing market fill this gap, and what alternate sources of funding exist? From an academic perspective, I think there are lots of reasons to study this question, but beyond that, we think this is important from a policy perspective also. So we started this project much before COVID, but I think COVID has highlighted the importance of some of the things that we will talk about in this paper. So particularly the PPP program, the Paycheck Protection Program, which was meant to get funds to small businesses during COVID, which is over an $800 billion program, focused the program through the bank, through bank markets. Yeah. But if banks no longer have relationship with small businesses, or banks are no longer the predominant player in small business lending, we might have to rethink how we conduct some of these policies. Okay, so there are two main challenges really with addressing the question in our paper. The first is a measurement issue, right? So most small businesses in the US are private, and in the US, we don't actually collect any financial information about private firms. So to the extent that we have any data about lending to small businesses, it's some regulatory data in the form of the CRA data, which is bank lending to small businesses. But then again, it is aggregate data. It's not available at the loan level. But more than that, we are only focusing on a part of the market, which is the bank lending market. And even so, we are not covering all banks because smaller banks, credit unions are ignored from the sample. And we don't cover all small businesses because we're only looking at loans below $1 million. Okay? But anecdotally, we also know that FinTechs have been growing in importance since the crisis. So if you really want to understand this financing to small businesses, we need information on all sources of financing to all small businesses. The second challenge, as with any empirical paper, is going to be identification, right? So how do we disentangle credit supply from credit demand, because the decline in lending in the post-crisis period could have come from either of these. So we're going to address both of these issues in this paper. We're going to try to address the measurement issue by introducing a novel loan-level data set, which we get from what are known as the UCC filings. Okay? So the loan-level data is going to come as part of state-level filings made under the Uniform Commercial Code, and I will talk about this in detail. But the advantage of this data is going to be that all secured loans are filed at state-level registries, and we have loan-level information about all secured loans that are made from all lenders. Okay, so this includes both banks and non-banks, like finance companies and FinTech lenders that we focus on. Okay, so our sample goes from 2006 to 16, so it's going to cover the pre-financial crisis period, the financial crisis, as well as a long recovery period after that. And we estimate that with this data set, we can actually do a much better job at covering information about lending to small businesses. So we think we can, compared to traditional existing data sources on small business lending, we cover a lot more with the UCC data, and we have loan level information along with some borrower information, such as the borrower's industry, the collateral they pledge, and so on. To address the identification issue, we're going to make use of cross-sectional geographical variation in bank dependence of the region. Okay, so obviously I will get into details of the empirical strategy, but the basic idea is that there was a national decline in bank lending due to a multitude of factors, which could be risk management, regulation at banks, and so on. But regions were differentially affected based on how reliant they were on banks in the pre-crisis period. Okay, so we use this variation to look at the impact of decline in bank lending on non-bank lending, total lending, as well as real outcomes. To address other identification challenges in the paper, we will look at within firm variations. We'll use other natural experiments as credit supply shocks. We will look at lenders that are very similar in terms of the loans that they make or the borrowers that they serve, but have different regulatory burdens. Okay, so the main takeaway from our paper is that non-banks are an important source of funding to small businesses and that they've been growing since 2010. Okay, so I'm going to highlight that with 3 figures. The first plots the number of loans originated by banks and non-banks in our sample, which goes from 2006 to 2016. And there are 2 things that we can clear from this figure. The first is that So the first is that non-banks were a major source of funding to small businesses. This was true even pre-financial crisis. But more interestingly, in the post-financial crisis period, they've grown significantly. And by 2016, about 60% of loans to small businesses are coming from non-banks. The second is who these non-banks are. Okay, so we'll see that finance companies, which are going to be independent finance companies and captive finance companies, I'm going to define what these are going to be the largest category of lenders in our sample. But we also have a growing set of FinTech lenders. Okay, so particularly in the pre-financial crisis period, FinTech lenders were practically non-existent. But after 2010, they've grown significantly, and about a third of non-bank lending growth is coming from the growth in FinTech. Third, we actually looked at lending and real effects in a region. And we see that regions that were more reliant on banks in the pre-financial crisis period, so the ones that we think face this credit supply shock from decline in bank lending, they see an increase in non-bank lending growth. They see an increase in non-bank market share. But more importantly, this growth is substituting for the decline in bank lending, such that in the long run, there is no difference in total lending across regions that were more or less bank dependent. Okay, so we see this in total lending, and we see this in terms of real outcomes. We're going to find no differential real outcome effects across regions that are more or less bank dependent. Okay, that's my intro. I think if anyone has questions, I'm happy to take it, but I want to spend some time giving a background on both the data and the type of lenders that we have in our sample. So I want to start with the main lenders in our sample, the main non-banks in our sample, which are going to be the finance companies and FinTech lenders. Okay, so what's the difference? So compared to a traditional bank that we see, they're going to differ on both the asset and the liability side. The liability side primarily, unlike banks, these finance companies don't fund themselves through deposits. They're going to fund themselves through long-term debt. And because they don't have deposits, they don't have the same level of regulation as banks, but they're still subject to a lot of lending laws, right? So for example, U3 limits would still affect finance companies. On the asset side, the lenders in our sample clearly do business lending, but the difference is they're going to be specialized in just doing business lending, unlike banks that do a more diverse set of assets. So we're going to have two main types of finance companies in our sample. We have a captive finance company. So these are the finance companies or the financing arms of parent manufacturing companies. And we have independent finance companies. Okay, so these lend broadly against various types of collateral. The captive finance company would typically only lend against collateral of the parent. And given that finance companies tend to be more specialized on their asset side, given they do only one type really of business, they're significantly smaller than the banks. Okay, so our largest finance companies are on an order of magnitude smaller than the largest banks in our sample. But in just this business lending market, and this is the number from the flow of funds, we have similar shares. We have about 400 billion in loans made by finance companies compared to in the CRA data, we would see banks in 2016 made about 300 billion in loans. Okay. So the other type of lenders we have in our sample are FinTech lenders. So we're going to define these as online lenders that don't take deposits. Okay? And typically how these FinTech lenders operate is going to be through a partnership with a funding bank. So the FinTech will arrange for the loan, find the borrower, so on. The funding bank will originate the loan and then sell it to the FinTech pretty soon after origination. The reason they do that is because now this FinTech can lend across the country without having to register in every single state or without having been subject to state level regulation. And typically this funding bank is going to be in an area which has lax regulation. So particularly Utah is a very common state where the funding bank is registered because they don't have any U3 limits. The majority of the FinTech lenders in our sample are going to be what are known as merchant cash advance lenders. So what they do is they make short-term cash advances, and the repayment is in the form of daily payments through the credit card or debit card receivables. Okay, and one thing I want to highlight is that a lot of these FinTech lenders, they advertise themselves as being unsecured, but typically when the loan is originated, they expect a blanket lien on assets. And that's something that's covered in our data. So let me tell you what we cover in our data. So our data is, yeah, so most of what we are going to see are going to be some of these merchant cash advance. So maybe you've seen, like, I don't know, heard of Biz to Credit or some of these people. So the typical, we do see some of like Cabbage or, you know, like the Squares of the world, but they have a lot more unsecured credit, which we will not cover. So let me tell you why. Okay, so our data is coming from the UCC filing. So these are the Uniform Commercial Code. And Chapter 9 of the UCC, which is the code that defines bankruptcy in the US, requires these filings to be made to determine priority in bankruptcy. Okay, so anytime a secured loan is originated, a lender has to make these filings, and these filings will determine who has claims to the borrower's asset and what the priority of the claim is. So in case a borrower goes bankrupt, these filings are what determine the claims on the assets, right? So it's relatively cheap to make these filings. So typically it costs about $15 or so to make a filing. You can just do it online these days at every state. But if you don't make the filing, then if there is any default to the borrower, you will be treated as an unsecured creditor. Okay, so lenders have incentives to make these filings. And the main point also of these filings is to give a public notice of who has made prior loans or who has claims to the borrower's assets. Okay, so this is public information which is made at like the state level registry, and it's going to contain information on who the borrower is, where they're located, who the lender is, details about the collateral that's pledged. So we're going to, yes?
So if a company is taking out a loan and the owner is personally guaranteeing it, will there be a UCC filing?
Yeah, yes. So they still have to make, okay, so for both, so this is not restricted to just businesses. Even for personal secured debt, you have to make these filings. But my sense is for the personal guarantees, what they typically do, can we go to the sample? I don't know how I can click. Yeah, so what you have here, so for example, you have information about the debtors. Okay, so if there is both the company and the owner, you will have in the company name the name of the company as well as debtor in the second row. So you have, if like with the personal guarantee, you will have both the company and the individual who's guaranteeing the loan in the UCC filing. Yeah, we can go back. Yeah. Okay, so we collect these filings across all 50 states in the US, so all 50 states along with DC from 2006 to 2016. And as I said, yes.
So the commercial mortgages are handled differently, or they're just not in the data? Why?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about that. So we don't see the commercial real estate because the real estate filings are actually made at local county offices. So they don't go into the state level, and we collect only the state level data. So technically you could go and do this county by county and get everything at the county level. So we would be missing the commercial real estate to the extent there's nothing else pledged along with real estate. But if they pledge multiple types of collateral along with real estate, we would see it in our sample. Yes?
Yep. Okay, so but that's exactly what they do. So in the Y14 data, which is going to be much larger coverage than you, so they do pledge. There are 6 types of collateral: real estate, security, earnings, account receivable, and then cash and unsecured. And so they do multiple loans, and then the blanket lien comes at last. There's a pecking order. So they use their fixed asset first, but they don't have enough. So then they go again, and then that is backed by account receivable because there's not enough real estate, and that's a blanket lien. And the interesting thing, blanket lien doesn't cover the fixed asset at all.
Yeah.
So because that's
right.
With the multiple loans. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's going to be very important because this is also all loans less than 1 million. So we are talking about really small firms here.
No, these are not necessarily 1 million. So you have to do it so technically, even the firm that you see in DealScan will be in here, right? In terms of number of loans, they're small, but every secured loan would be in here. It's not limited by size.
Okay, but that's very important then. So then you see the loan at origination and then until full maturity?
So, okay, so.
Because
okay.
deal scan is exactly that's a problem.
Yeah.
And SNC is going to be loans over 20 million from 3 banks. They are
Okay.
giant firms.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't see until the old maturity, because then you are not going to see all this renegotiation rollover and the different collateral and everything.
Okay, so those you have to, because, okay, so you will see it at, okay, so the different types of filings that are made. At origination, you would make a filing.
Yeah.
If there are changes, say for example in change in, I don't know, like the lender because the bank gets acquired,
Yeah.
or the collateral changes, then we
Right.
have to make a separate filing notifying this change. And at the end of the loan, technically they have to file a termination, but a lot of lenders don't do it because
Yeah.
they don't really benefit from making these changes, and the small businesses don't really know that they have to follow up on this. So a lot of times they don't actually make the termination filing. But we are going to focus on like the first time.
The first time. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's very important to focus the whole thing, because in Y14 data you see the entire thing. And
Yeah.
that you see 70% of the entire US CNI lending, and pretty much all the SMEs are there.
Yeah, I know
And-
Stephan, who's going
yeah.
to be the next presenter, has a paper on all
No,
of the
exactly,
different types
but
of
this
collateral.
is what I'm saying. No, but okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the no, but that's exactly correct. So you see the entire balance sheet. So whatever that is, so you see the loan. Loan comes from the bank, and you see the other stuff coming from. You don't see the lender like in this
Yeah.
case. You don't see the fintech, but whatever stuff coming from fintech, bond market, or whatever, that you see. But you are not going to have the contractual terms on that. You have the contractual terms on the bank loan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed. So I think, I think your point is well taken. That I think like all of these data sets are going to be very complementary.
Right.
I think the biggest addition from our data set is going to be able to see all of these
The
non-banks.
fintech, what
and
the fintech
all the non-banks that you
conditions are,
don't
yeah.
see
Yeah, no,
in
this
like
is-
the SNC data, or maybe like, the Y14, or at least for the small banks.
Yeah, this is very good. But I'm just trying to
Yeah.
understand, who are these firms exactly? Because in
Yeah.
the Y14 data, when you look at, I mean,
So my
the-
understanding is the Y14 is above $1 million.
yes, it is above,
Yeah.
exactly. This is what I'm trying to understand. Is it like, the below $1 million is driving a lot of stuff? This is what I'm trying to answer. That's what, but you said no, you don't know. So can you separate, basically, maybe?
Yeah,
Maybe
so
aspect,
I
because
can-
let me tell you why. Because in the Y14 data, of course, there are private firms have the, non-bank and fintech. But when you go to SMEs, 90% of the entire balance sheet is banks. So they are not going to fintech. So somebody else is going to fintech. So I'm trying to understand that. Is it the guys, large private firms, or are those guys borrowing less than you?
Okay,
That's my
so
question.
so I'll tell you what we can or cannot
Okay.
say. So I can't tell you what size they're borrowing because of what is available in the UCC data, right? So we do see the different lenders and the borrowers and the collateral and so on, but we don't see the loan contract terms because those are still going to be private information. So I cannot tell you what the loan size is or what the loan price is. But I will show you some summary statistics later about what type of firms are in our data, and they're going to be extremely small firms. The medium firm has like 6 employees. Okay, so we think, yes, yeah. So as I was just saying, we get this from all 50 states, and like the advantage of this data is going to be that we can see the non-banks, but we do think we can create like this quasi-credit registry, but it's obviously going to miss some information that's available in other data sets, particularly the loan contract terms. And given this is new data, I just want to spend maybe a minute or two talking about the external validity, so particularly some of these questions that were asked about real estate lending. Okay, so as I said, the data is going to cover all non-real estate secured lending. Essentially what that means is we're missing unsecured credit and lending that's secured by real estate. Okay, so we're pretty confident that most lending to small businesses is secured. Through different academic work, the estimate of small business lending that's secured is somewhere about 95–96%. Probably the this includes lines of credit to small businesses, by the way. What is probably like the biggest source of unsecured credit is going to be credit cards. So even though there are lots of small business credit cards, in terms of volume of borrowing on credit cards, actually extremely small, so less than 2%. And additionally, there are going to be some fintechs or non-banks also we're missing because of this, because there are going to be fintech lenders who are also doing unsecured credit. The probably bigger part of the market that we're missing is going to be this real estate lending. And we think somewhere about 13–22% of small business lending is backed by real estate. So this comes from work by Stephan, who's here, as well as surveys by the NFIB. We also compound this with surveys about how many small businesses even own real estate in the first place, right? So only about 19% of small businesses own real estate to be able to pledge real estate. So conservatively, so adding the 22% here plus the 5% in unsecured credit, we think we can cover about 73% of small business lending in the UCC data. Obviously, CRA data has the unsecured credit and the real estate lending, but it's going to miss this large part of non-bank lending, which is where our paper comes in. Yes.
Quick question. Do you capture a lending that is secured by receivables?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Okay. All right. So what do we see? So in our sample, we're going to have between 2006 and 16, we see that bank lending is relatively flat, growing about 5% in the sample. Again, this is number of loans. At the same time, non-banks grow by over 40%, and most of that growth is going to come from independent finance companies and fintech lenders. Okay? Just to go back to the question Sebnem asked, in terms of the firms that are in our sample, the average firm is somewhere about 40 employees. The median firm is only 6 employees. And this is actually very similar across banks and non-banks, except for the fintech borrowers who are going to be much smaller. Okay, so let me get to the empirical analysis. Okay, as I said, our primary concern, of course, is being able to disentangle credit supply from credit demand, because the decline in lending to small businesses after the crisis could have come from either of these factors. And our solution for this is going to be to use a geographical variation in pre-crisis bank dependence of a region. Right? So the idea is that there was a national decline in bank lending, and regions were differentially affected based on how reliant they were on banks pre-crisis. And given the nature of our data, we can actually control for detailed industry, collateral, and so on of the borrower. Obviously, this assumes that this geographic dependence of a region is not correlated with future non-bank dependence. But again, we will take some of these concerns seriously as we go on to other tests. So, okay, let me try to show you that our measure makes sense. Okay, so what we're arguing is that there was an aggregate decline in bank lending, right? So all regions were affected by this decline in bank lending. And in this figure, we're going to show you the percentage change in bank lending in different parts of the country. We're going to use both the UCC and the CRA data. So the CRA data we can use here because it's just bank lending. And we see that this pre-crisis bank share doesn't correlate with the decline in bank lending in a region. So we think, changes in risk management, changes in regulation, so on are driving this decline in bank lending. But what's going to be important is that regions have this variation in how reliant they are on banks. Okay, so the percentage change in bank lending is going to be uniform, but regions have differential pre-crisis dependence on banks. So overall, the total lending decline in regions is going to be correlated with how reliant they were on banks pre-crisis. Just to show you, this is the variation in pre-crisis bank dependence across the country. So there is variation, but also there is some state-level clustering. Okay, so we're going to do a lot of our analysis within state. Okay, so what's our baseline? What we're going to do is we're going to look at changes in lending at the county level from non-bank lending. Yes.
Sorry, just quick question on that. Geographic variation. What drives that? What like if there's a couple main, is it regulatory differences across states? What's the?
Yeah, so I think some of it is historic. So for example, I don't know, Georgia, where I live now, for example, had like unit banking for a long time. So we'd see lots of small banks in that area. So I think there is some historic geographic dependence based on some of these state level deregulation and so on. That has this, but we will see that a lot of this is changing as these non-banks come in. Yes.
So can you explain also, so the idea then is that non-bank lenders were less affected by the financial crisis?
Yeah, so, okay, so yes, the idea is going to be that, I'll show you maybe a little later, like particularly things about regulation, which is going to affect a lot of our credit supply of banks. Yes, we think non-banks were less affected by that.
But just to be clear, so 1 minus this is your non-banks?
Yes.
So
in 2006, yes.
Another way of thinking of the instrument is, I don't know, maybe a finance company in Michigan, maybe GMAC was just a big player.
Yeah.
Like it could just be variation in historical importance of the finance companies in some area.
Yes, yes. And what I don't have this here, but in the paper you can see that this historic variation is actually not correlated with county characteristics that you would think of, like, the real outcomes that we look at or changes in real outcomes or any of the other county characteristics that we can measure. So yes, there does seem to be some historical dependence and variation, but that doesn't seem to correlate with county level characteristics. So actually, bank and non-bank dependent regions on average are very similar. Okay, so we're going to look at change in county level lending by non-banks, by total lending in the county, as well as changes in non-bank market share on this pre-crisis bank share. We're going to include county controls, we're going to have state fixed effects, okay? And in the paper, we also do this at more disaggregated levels, so we look at county industry, county collateral, because we have detailed borrower information. So what do we see? We see that in the first plot, regions that were more reliant on banks pre-financial crisis see a greater growth in non-banks between 2007 and 2016. Okay, so the first plot is non-bank market share. The second is non-bank lending change between 2007 and 2016. But what's interesting is that this growth is actually substituting for a decline in bank lending, because overall, there's no difference in total lending across regions that are more or less bank reliant. Okay, so of course, this is a long run effect. In the paper, we also split it over the crisis and the post-crisis, and you would see, I don't know if I have it here, but yeah, you would see that the decline in bank lending happens during the crisis. In the post-crisis period is where you see non-banks coming and stepping in. Okay, so in the form of a regression table, you see that when you move from the 10th to the 90th percentile of bank share, non-bank market share increased by about 7 percentage points, and non-bank lending increases by about 18%. And as I said in the paper, we control for detailed industry, so we can go up the way up to 4-digit SICs. We have broad collateral categories that borrowers pledge that we can control for. Okay. All right, of course. So our first baseline set was assuming that there is no variation in demand for non-bank loans across regions, but it could be possible that this demand for non-bank lending is actually somehow correlated with pre-crisis bank reliance. Okay, so we're going to attempt to answer this with a few different strategies. The first thing I'm going to do is look at within firm lending, right? So the idea is to control for firm level demand, look at lending to the same borrower from banks and non-banks, which should ideally control for firm level credit demand under the assumption that within a borrower, preference between bank and non-bank loans is not changing. Okay, so we're going to take borrowers that had both bank and non-bank loans in our pre-crisis period, so had loans from both in 2006-07, and we look at the likelihood of this borrower getting a repeat loan after 2008 after including firm fixed effects. So we see that the same borrower, our first column is the strictest specification with a firm fixed effect. So the same borrower is about 3.4 percentage points more likely to get a repeat loan from a non-bank than a bank, having had relationships with both pre-crisis. Okay. We're going to, yes?
So the shift to non-banks, I think, is interesting because they have very different business models than banks. And I realize you don't see a lot of the contract terms, but do you see, for example, like, are the non-banks offering more leases? Are the maturities different?
Yeah, okay, so the problem with maturity is we can't accurately measure it, as I said, because they don't necessarily have to make the filing at termination. So a lot of them choose not to, especially banks for some reason rarely, if ever, make these termination filings. So we don't see maturity, but we can tell you some things about the collateral. So for example, like there are differences in what banks accept from what non-banks accept, right? So for example, you would see banks are far more likely to accept deposit accounts as collateral than non-banks are. But as the landscape is changing, as non-banks come in, you see that non-banks are also shifting towards collateral that was traditionally bank collateral. So you see this shift happening, but at the beginning of the sample, there is difference across what banks do and non-banks do. Okay, all right, so we're relying a lot on this pre-crisis bank dependence, right? But there could be concerns that this is correlated with some sort of county level characteristics. Okay, so what we want to do is use other measures of credit supply shock, so particularly ones that have been established in the literature, and we are going to use 3 measures. We're going to first talk about accounting rule changes that affected consolidation of off-balance sheet activities. We have stress-tested banks. We look at changes in capital post-financial crisis at banks. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is focus on this accounting rule change, which required banks to consolidate their off-balance sheet activity. Okay, so that reduced the regulatory capital at banks, reduced their incentives or ability to lend. And you see that areas that were more affected by this change, so areas that had banks that had to consolidate more off-balance sheet activities, you see greater growth in non-bank market share and non-bank lending there. But again, you will see that total lending is stable. Okay, so again, this suggests that non-banks are substituting for decline in bank lending. Similarly, we use measures of stress-tested banks. So the literature has shown that areas that had more banks that were subject to stress tests, so these large banks, they're the ones that decrease lending to small businesses more. And again, you see that if there are more stress-tested banks in the area, there would be greater growth in non-bank lending, non-bank market share. But again, consistently, there is no change in total lending in the region. Finally, we look at banks that had to change or build up more capital after the financial crisis and Dodd-Frank regulation. Across all of these measures, we have, as banks become more regulated, as bank lending declines, non-bank market share and non-bank lending is going to go up, but there is no change in total lending.
We thought maybe a third.
Okay, all right, so the next thing I'm going to try to address is, okay, banks and non-banks. So with my within firm specification, we're addressing that there's no change, like firm level change in demand because you're controlling for firm demand, right? But it's possible that banks and non-banks lend to the same borrower but serve different types of loans, right? So maybe there are, as you said, they might be doing different businesses. So maybe the shift is coming because there's a shift towards the type of loans that non-banks make or towards the type of businesses that non-banks serve. Okay, so what we want to do here is actually compare 2 types of lenders that make very similar loans. So particularly, we have non-bank subsidiaries of banks. So you have finance companies that were affiliated with banks. So they're part of a bank holding company, so they get regulated like a bank. And you have these independent finance companies. Okay, so these 2 are going to serve similar borrowers. They make very similar types of loans. So for example, you have Bank of America equipment financing. Okay, so they're going to do equipment financing similar to what an independent finance company would do, but they're regulated as part of the Bank of America holding company. Okay, so if our results were actually driven by changes in demand, you would expect to see that this bank-affiliated finance companies would, grow in market share or increase lending similar to the independent finance companies. But what we see is actually bank-affiliated finance companies are going to behave a lot like banks. Okay, so these bank-affiliated finance companies are losing market share when independent finance companies are growing in market share. So this suggests, yes.
Just a quick question. So then overall, you're showing or want to show that, well, maybe all these markets were hit hard during the crisis, but because of the subsequent regulation, which made it kind of more difficult for banks because we tried to make them safer, we put more regulation onto them, so they then became less attractive, and so then you had a reshuffling because they pulled back, everyone pulled back at the same point in time, but they were the only ones that got regulated afterwards.
Yes.
So 10 years on, we're seeing this reshuffling in the markets where they tended to dominate before and now they just don't.
Exactly, exactly. And I think that's not specific to the small business lending market, right? So you see that in large corporations, you see that in real estate, in the mortgage markets. I think it was a little surprising in the small business lending market just because everyone thinks of small business lending as being a bank business. So I think, but yes, what you said is true, I think, and it's true across different markets. Right, so this suggests the difference is not actually coming from, differences in demand for certain loan types. Okay, so finally we look at real outcomes. Okay, we saw that in the long run there was no change in lending. Now, given that's the case, right, if they're actually substituting, we shouldn't see any changes in real outcomes across these areas. So, I mean, of course, this is not a perfect test, but we want to at least verify that, our lending change is captured. Yes?
I understand this is good for like identification or something, but it kind of overturns like decades of research on stickiness of lending relationships and whatnot, right? I mean, it's
okay,
basic,
so,
like I would have expected you to use this as an instrument for these outcomes, right? That where the banks pulled back, it wasn't so easy for other lenders to come in.
Yeah, okay, so I think what I want to just maybe like add as a caveat is, okay, we see substitution in these regions, but it's not necessarily, it's like the exact same firm that they're substituting to, right? So, I mean, there might be sticky bank-borrower relationships. We do see, to the extent that both of them had, like for a subset of firms that had both bank, non-bank relationship, you see some substitution. But I think overall, when we're doing county-level changes, it's not necessary that's the exact same distribution of firms that non-banks are now lending to. But, yes.
Well, actually, I had a similar kind of question. Back to, I was thinking about your table 6 where you're talking, and you don't have to go back to it or whatever, but I was just like, do you say anything about the nature or the extent of relationship banking, and if this broke relationship banking in some sense, or how do I think about that, or does your paper say anything in that sense?
Not anything. Okay, we say some things in the conclusion, but nothing that we actually show about.
And like in table 6, you do it by lender type, but not whether it's the same specific lender. Is that right?
Yeah. So that is partly because of how the data is structured. So so we collect this data from a vendor who's aggregating across all 50 states, and they do a great job in figuring out the borrowers because they match some of that to external data sets like the Dun & Bradstreet. The lender names are not as clean, and I spent a lot of time cleaning all the large lenders, but there are lots of small lenders in the sample, so I think like about 70-80% is relatively clean, but there are lots of small lenders, and there is no common identifier to match across these, so we thought a lender level result will just be more noisy because of noise in the data, which is why we look at things by lender type. But yes, I think the next step would actually be to see specific lender relationships because we know which lenders are reducing lending in which areas. Yes?
Yeah, what I thought was interesting is given that banks are able to lend less because of regulatory constraints, I would have thought that this would give non-banks actually a little bit more competitive power, right? Actually, maybe extract rents.
Yeah, so potentially, because we don't see prices, I can't address that.
No, so then I would have thought that would manifest in weaker real outcomes. But I mean, listening to what Mike was saying earlier, to the extent the non-banks are coming in and say they're gathering rents that previously relationship banks held, maybe you don't see a change in real outcomes. But just on the supply side, to the extent there are certain change in competitive dynamics, it might be worth exploring that.
Yeah, so I guess so I don't know how, maybe we should dig into it, but we don't exactly know how much or what type of competition now there is. I mean, banks are coming out, but then you have new banks coming in. Not sure how the market power in these areas have changed. And also we don't have the loan contract terms to directly measure, if these are worse loans for the borrower or not, in some sense. But yeah, I think worth exploring for sure. Yes.
So I see from your table that you have change in establishments and change in employment. Have you tried looking at just change in those for small businesses?
Yes, these are less than 500.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I should have been clear about that. Everything is less than 500. Okay. So in the paper, we also have this at like a county industry level. Again, we see total lending being completely substituted, and similarly, we see no long-term real outcomes. Okay. I think I'm almost running out of time, but in the paper, we have a lot more robustness tests. So for example, one worry is we're seeing all of this growth in finance companies that could be just, captive finance companies that want to make more loans because they are able to sell goods as well as make money if they make these loans. We show that actually the growth is coming from the independent finance companies. We do an IV with the bank supply shock measure that I showed earlier. We show that this is not fully explained by just where top 4 banks are present. We also see that where large banks pulled out, you see some substitution by smaller banks, but that doesn't fully close the gap in lending, and non-banks are important to close that gap. We also have other results that control for market power of the bank in mortgage markets and so on. But in the last minute that I have, I want to just conclude by telling you what the main takeaway of our paper is, which is we're introducing this novel loan level data set on the universe of small business lending to study financing to small businesses in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. And we show that finance companies and fintech lenders are stepping in to fill the gap that's been left by banks, such that there is no change in total lending or real outcomes across regions that were more affected by this bank credit supply shock in the long run. And if there's one key takeaway, it's that non-banks are an increasingly important source of financing to small businesses. About 60% of lending to small businesses in 2016 comes from non-banks, and I think especially when we're considering policies as to how to help small businesses, we should think about this large part of the market. If there are any more questions, I'm happy to take them, or else thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manasa. Now we have a flying change to Stephan for the second paper.
Does my microphone work? Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. Yeah, thanks so much for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the organizers. This is joint work with Harry, Darrell, and Zachry, and there's 2 disclaimers. The first one is Harry and I are both at the New York Fed, so these are really our views and not that of the Federal Reserve System, so don't confuse those. And the second disclaimer is this is quite preliminary work. It's the first time I'm presenting it, and some of the findings I'm going to present may still change down the road. So you may say it's risky to present something so preliminary. You can also see it as some insurance that if you guys have some question I can't answer, I'm going to just say, well, it's preliminary. So what are we trying to do in this paper? In this paper, we're trying to link 3 objects, as the title indicates. We're trying to think jointly about bank funding risk, reference rates, and credit supply. And so the motivation for that's quite straightforward in the sense that if you're a company in the United States and you want to get a loan from a bank, historically, that loan would be floating rate. So it is the interest rate on that loan would be potentially varying across the life of the loan, and it would typically be indexed to LIBOR. Now, LIBOR, of course, right now is being replaced with SOFR. So let me just get the terminology here right. LIBOR is the London Interbank Overnight Rate. It's a measure supposedly of the funding costs in the market for unsecured wholesale funding for banks, for interbank market. Secured overnight financing rate, SOFR, is basically some kind of measure of a risk-free rate. It very closely tracks the Fed funds rate. Okay, so what's the difference between the two? Well, in normal times, not that much. In normal times, they look very much like the same. Maybe LIBOR is a slightly higher level. But in times of distress, say a financial crisis or a pandemic, they're very different. They're very different in the sense that LIBOR tends to go up. In financial crises or pandemics, we perceive the financial sector as more risky. Risk premium go up, LIBOR will go up. But SOFR, the risk-free rate, will actually fall. Why is that? Well, it's because of the more accommodative stance of monetary policy, the risk-free rate, the nominal risk-free rate will fall. Okay, so why is that a problem for banks when we think about the loan market? Well, think of LIBOR. Under LIBOR, if we're referencing, if we're indexing our loans as a bank to LIBOR, it means that right when bank funding costs increase, interest incomes for banks will go up as well, because in the floating rate loan, the interest rate charged to the company will go up. Okay? So in some sense, LIBOR, using LIBOR as a reference rate in loan contracts mitigates sort of adverse funding shocks that banks potentially face. So what we're doing in this paper is sort of motivated by this now ongoing transition. We're just going to ask, does this transition really affect credit supply? Is the fact that you're not allowing the banks to tie their interest income to their interest expenses in some way going to affect credit supply? If it does so, is that quantitatively important? And in the context of this conference, I also want to ask, if yes, is this effectively likely to be more important or less important for private or smaller firms? Okay? Let's just look at some data to really motivate the fundamental problem of this paper. Okay, here on the x-axis, we have time running from late 2019 to early 2021. So this is the pandemic, basically, the beginning of COVID. And on the left y-axis, I'm going to give you a bunch of important interest rates in the economy. And on the right y-axis, I'm going to give you the C&I lending, outstanding C&I lending from large US bank holding companies, so the biggest, most important banks. Okay, so what you're seeing, what happens right when the pandemic starts, the risk-free rate, here represented by the effective Fed funds rate, or SOFR, falls from some 160 basis points to basically 0. At the same time, the spread of LIBOR over the OIS, basically just take, this is the 3 months LIBOR that I'm looking at here, basically just take the risk premium component of LIBOR is actually going up. It's going up to something like 120 basis points or so. An alternative measure you could use is BSBY, that's Bloomberg's short-term bank yield index, which is sort of a push right now to create an alternative type of LIBOR that's not based on a survey. So what happens here is the risk-free rate goes down, but measures of bank funding costs go up, and at the same time, bank credit almost explodes. $300 billion of additional C&I lending just in the few weeks after the pandemic has started. And of course, that is companies in the sort of engaging in the dash for cash, drawing down these pre-existing credit lines. Okay, and that's sort of the fundamental problem here. If you're not tying these credit lines to LIBOR anymore, but to SOFR, on the one hand, potentially the bank will now have to finance the drawdown at relatively high expenses right when the interest income on those loans falls. And more than that, the counterfactual here under SOFR world is that these credit lines, in the time when the bank expenses go up, when the bank funding costs go up, become relatively more attractive because they become cheaper. So in the counterfactual world under SOFR, you'd maybe even expect even more credit drawdowns. A similar picture, actually, a very similar picture emerges during the global financial crisis. This same picture here running from 2007 to 2010. The two vertical lines is the run on ABCP, sort of the start of the financial crisis. The second vertical line is the Lehman failure. You see the Fed funds rate goes down throughout the financial crisis. When financial distress happens, LIBOR reaches a somewhat higher level, then really peaks after the Lehman default. And in both those episodes, you see massive drawdowns on credit lines. Okay, so this is sort of a problem that the banks themselves have actually sort of pointed out. In the New York Fed's credit sensitivity group that my co-author Darrell is part of, this is 10 large regional banks and Bank of America. The banks have actually sort of publicly argued that this transition is going to be problematic. And they say that during times of economic stress, the return on bank SOFR-linked loans would decline. This is this idea of their interest income is going to go down, well, right when their unhedged cost of funds would increase. And more than that, they say specifically borrowers may find the availability of low-cost credit in the form of SOFR-linked credit lines very attractive. So there's this idea that indexing a loan, a credit line, to a risk-free rate is sort of inciting drawdowns right when funding costs are high. And then they just say, well, ex ante, that's just going to sort of depress credit if you're taking away this ability for us to contract a LIBOR. So this is where the paper really comes in. We're going to do three things. We have three objectives. The first one is just theoretically, can we come up with a very simple but convincing and plausibly important a mechanism under which reference rate actually impact credit supply? The second question then is empirically, let's take a step back and just look at the data and ask ourselves, what is actually funding risk for large US bank holding companies in the post-GFC world? And historically, is there actually be a case to be made that the use of LIBOR in your loan portfolio as a reference rate in the floating rate loans actually has mitigated funding risk in a quantitatively important sense? And then the third step, we're going to put all this together, qualitative theory, just of empirical facts, and we're going to calibrate a more complicated model, and we're going to ask this ongoing transition, how is it going to impact credit supply? We're going to try to point some of the subtleties. Okay, so given these objectives, the roadmap here is pretty...
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
okay.
please.
So are you going to allow the fact that, I mean, the borrower side, the firms can switch, right? So now they can say, okay, why am I borrowing at the floating rate? I can go to the fixed term, which they do for mergers and acquisitions anyway. So they can switch because of this or no. So you don't look at that.
So an important question we're going to ask is sort of, and I may not
Your
get
condition on that, okay.
I may not get here today, but there is sort of course, a lot of substitution potentially across different loan terms. If you think of credit, not just prices and quantities, but all kinds of other loan terms, which you have done in your work with the Y14 data, then there may be very subtle effects that I'm not really probably going to, within the 40 minutes today, I'm not going to talk about it.
Can I ask a quick question,
Of course.
too? Are we making any assumptions before or after empirically, theoretically, about whether the benchmark is collusively set or real?
I think I think the the fact that we're using LIBOR has something to do with it's the argument that I'm going to bring forward
Okay,
theoretically
you
may
are
not
gonna
be the
talk
one
about
why
it.
LIBOR was being used and
Okay.
rose in the 70s.
Collusion just hadn't come up so far. I just wanted to make sure you're going to get to it. Okay.
I'm not going to talk about it a lot, but I think it relates to the discussion why LIBOR arose in the 70s. Yeah. So the agenda is straightforward. I'm just going to briefly sketch to you the theoretical argument that we have in mind. We have a way more complicated model in the paper, and especially as we update the paper, it's going to hopefully be more robust. I'm just going to sketch that argument to you. I'm going to run through these empirical facts and then hopefully get the time to talk about the calibration. Okay? So let's think about the theoretical argument here. Okay, I'm just going to have to pick, so let's assume I'm a bank. I'm going to have to pick someone. Let's say it's Michael because he's the head of this session, and he's a borrower. Okay, he wants to get some credit. Did I mispronounce your name? You're laughing? Matthias, sorry. Oh my God, yes. This Michael is right here. That's the Michael I had in mind. Okay, I'm gonna choose Michael, not Matthias. Okay. So Michael wants to have a credit line. Okay, and I'm a bank, and so we're going to meet. We're going to have a discussion. We're going to set some loan terms. Here in the simplified model, it's just some credit limit, how much Michael can borrow. Then we're going to fix a reference rate that could be SOFR or LIBOR, let's say, and some spread over that reference rate. Okay. Now the nature of revolving credit is as time moves on, it's at the discretion of Michael to draw that credit line. Okay. So let's say there's another point in time where the reference rate, whatever we have chosen, SOFR or LIBOR, is realized. Now Michael can choose to draw some amount up to the credit limit. He has another decision to make. He can deposit some of those funds with me, and he can also use those funds to deposit them maybe with another bank or to pay with a vendor that works with another bank. Okay? So let's add a little bit more structure to this that's going to sort of give the main insight of this very simple model, which is I, as the bank, I am risky. Okay? I have some exogenous probability to default, so that's why I'm going to have to pay a positive spread when I raise funds in the market for unsecured wholesale funding. But Michael's a great guy. He's actually, for the simplicity of the argument, he's never going to default. He's risk-free. Okay? So what's the fundamental problem in this kind of model that arises? Well, there is a very simple argument that's based on a debt overhang problem on behalf of me as the bank, as I'm paying higher cost of credit than Michael, that's going to induce a wedge for him. Okay, so let's forget about credit lines for a second. Just think of me as the bank paying 100 basis points more on my debt than the risk-free rate. Think of a situation where I am purchasing a risk-free asset, okay, for whatever reason. Now, once I purchase that risk-free asset as market value, nothing happens to the overall value to the bank. But what happens is there is a distribution from the equity owners, let's say I am the equity owner, to my debt holders, okay, because I can't renegotiate the ex-ante fixed terms with my creditors. Okay? So that's a very simple debt overhang problem. Now think of a credit line. A credit line from a risk-free borrower who's drawing at a risk-free rate is exactly that. You're pushing a risk-free asset onto my loan book. If that's at market, if that's at a fair price, the value of the bank hasn't changed, but it's a transfer from the equity owners to the debt holders. Okay? So that's the simple argument we have in mind. There's this very simple debt overhang cost that comes from the fact that I may have to finance the credit line drawdown at some higher cost than the credit line is actually paying me. Okay? Now, of course, the key metric here, though, that is going to determine whether these debt overhang costs are relevant or not is going to be the covariance of drawdowns and funding costs. So if there's a positive, if there's essentially, as I've shown you earlier, this covariance is positive, drawdowns happen exactly when bank funding cost is high, this problem is going to be especially relevant. Now, what's the way to get around this problem? Well, there's two things. The first one is this effect is going to be attenuated and will disappear almost entirely if I'm allowed to contract the credit line at a rate that's going to reflect my funding cost. If I can do that, then that potential problem that arises from the debt overhang will not affect credit supply. And another maybe more trivial point is what I really need Michael to do is when he draws the credit line, he also really needs to draw it in a way that I'm required to raise funding. If he just deposits with me and I pay him the risk-free rate on that deposit, maybe because it's insured or because I have market power, whatever, then nothing really happens. Only if he actually uses those funds, transfers it to some other bank, so I have to raise funding in the market for unsecured wholesale funding, it's going to matter. Yes, please.
So a quick question. There's kind of two mechanisms, I think, going on here. Is that one, the rate goes down when my funding cost is actually going up, and that's one problem you're trying to solve. And then the reason you are making me risk-free is, I think, is there also a second piece going on at the same time that that's happening is potentially when my risks of being a borrower are actually going up? Like we were drawing it all down at the time of the pandemic, which presumably there was some sense that my risk was also shooting up at that time. So would another solution here being make that spread S dynamic?
So,
or are you trying to isolate away from that? I mean, it's a borrowing cost issue and a risk issue, and those things are shocked at the same time. Is that?
Okay, let me.
Maybe I'm missing.
So I think let me first say something more general, which is what I haven't talked about is what's going to pin down how much you deposit and how much you're going to transfer to some other bank. And with the model that we have in mind, which I'm not talking about here, is basically there are types of shocks. The pandemic may have been one of those. I'll empirically show you that the data actually supports that, where firms are really worried about their own credit quality deteriorating down the road, and they're worried that the banks will invoke some material adverse clause down the road, so they're going to draw today, and they're just going to put it in their account because they are worried maybe 6 months later they can't draw. There are other crises, and maybe the global financial crisis was one of those, where you're kind of worried about your bank actually maybe not being around when you want the credit, and even if it's around, maybe it's not of the best quality, so you're maybe going to draw your credit line today, and then you're going to put the funds to a bank that you perceive as safer or some kind of other safe assets. Okay, so it's a really important part in our in this discussion here. Down the road, I'll get to. Theoretically, I'm not going to talk too much about it. I think it's a very interesting idea to think about making this spread a state dependent. So essentially, what you're asking for is to have not only a reference rate, but you want to have a state-dependent, borrower-specific interest rate. I think that's really only possible for very large borrowers where we have a lot of information. It's not going to be, within the spirit of this conference for all the, majority of type of firms that takes bank credit. I think that's not feasible. I think theoretically, though, it's an interesting point. I would have to think through whether that's going to resolve the original problem.
Stephan?
Yes, please.
That situation you described where the borrower anticipates a material adverse clause and draws down the credit line and parks it with the bank, that's not a problem for credit. That shouldn't be a problem for credit supply, right?
No, exactly. So the point is, if you tell me the crisis, the average, or the most likely type of distress scenario is one in which borrowers just draw and they leave the funds in the bank, I'm going to tell you this LIBOR-SOFR transition has no effect. It's not going to matter. Yes, actually, so in the model that we calibrate, we have those two. Yeah, it's another. Okay, so there is a fair point. You could say you're going to get the regulatory capital constraint binding, but then you're going to have to think of some other friction why the bank can't. Yeah.
Effectively, you're financing it with deposits, not with equity.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So
Exactly.
Viral and Sasha Stephan have really pushed this idea, and I'm totally on board that that's really an important force during COVID. In our calibrated model, we allow for that, but we don't put a lot of emphasis. So think of it in this sense, this is a liquidity channel in some sense, and there's an additional channel which you can think about regulatory capital requirements.
Okay, but can I go back? But then I want to go back to what Michael said. That's going to be very important, right? Because I mean, the borrower actually is going to have a loan-specific spread, and you can actually observe that. It's not just for large firms; all these guys, and that's going to move completely the opposite direction. With the shock, aggregate shock, the crisis, and with their own risk, which is also going to be a function of the shock. And Michael, this is also what you are getting at, I think. And then, given what Amir said, if this story is through regulatory thing, and then maybe this whole other story is through the borrower-specific, loan-specific spread, that is just completely borrower characteristic related, that is moving the opposite direction.
Yes.
How do you separate that? I mean, there are ways to separate that, but you have to separate that somehow, right? And how would we know it is the reference rate?
So I'm going to use
Switch.
my second disclaimer. This is preliminary work, and we haven't thought all of this.
All right, okay, fine. But I thought you are going to literally try to identify from that switch LIBOR to software, right?
Yeah.
Then somehow that if it is the borrower-specific borrower side-specific stage contingent spread, it has to be exactly coincide with that timing of that switch or something. Is that it? Because there is definitely that spread stage contingent. And during the boom times too, by the way, you don't even need a crisis.
So the spreads you typically observe in the standard loan contract are not borrower-specific time variable.
They are
right?
loan-specific, yeah. They are loan-specific.
No, but they're not the borrower-specific. So in the typical loan contract, you fix the spread for the life of the loan above and beyond the reference
No,
rate.
it depends on the loan. No, you can, it is going to change with the loan. And
So you can do this for, that's what my answer to Michael was. You can do this for very large borrowers, whether, you can trust.
Oh, where
actually
this is
the-
true, where this is fixed. I see. Okay, so that, okay.
Stephan, at a high level, I think it's preliminary paper, but I had, from the very beginning, I was a little surprised that the central friction you're not focused on is the borrower getting risky rather than the bank having its cost of funding shock. Just at a high level, you've gone this direction, but it seems like a lot of the.
No, but
I
this
fully
is,
agree.
so
I
the
fully
point is, all the arguments I'm going to make go through exactly when I add that risk. It's just going to complicate the model.
But I think this is very important because the spread is not fixed, and actually we show that it is actually not only correlated with the state, it is also with the collateral they pledge. It is negatively correlated with certain firms and positively correlated with other firms. So it is going to change your spread according to what the state of the economy is.
But not over the life of the loan. But maybe we can sort of
It is
just
over the life of the loan because they keep renegotiating. I mean, unless but again, it depends on the loan you are looking at. But I think it is going to be important.
Maybe just for the purpose
Okay,
of,
fine.
we'll use the
Off-site we
cocktail
talk.
hour to
Cocktail hour.
walk.
Yeah, this is how we are going to spend our
Okay.
cocktail hour.
Okay, cool. Let me talk about the data and the empirical facts. I think they're quite exciting. So the data here is, Sebnem has talked about these data, and Manasa has kindly cited some of our work where we used it. In part, we're using the Y14 data, which is this credit registry for the big stress-tested banks. You want to think of really big banks providing loans to companies that are not small businesses. They're small and medium-sized enterprises, but not small businesses. So we're going to use some information from these data, but really the exciting part of this paper is actually bank-level data. It's using the FR 2052A data, and these are data that are collected for the purpose of monitoring the liquidity position of large bank holding companies in the United States. So these are the most granular bank balance sheet data you can imagine, very detailed information for assets and liabilities. For instance, we can see deposits by counterparty, wholesale funding, different types of wholesale funding, various different levels of granularity, and they're very high frequency. They're monthly for a large set of banks, and actually daily for the GSIBs. Okay? And we have a bunch of other data sets that we use. And I'm going to establish 4 facts here. The first fact is, if you think about bank holding companies in the contemporary US banking system, sort of post-GFC, you find that very little funding risk for these banks actually emanates from the need to roll over existing debt. Okay, so in your sort of standard theory of banking distress, it's really all about the bank rolling over its existing debt. That's not so much true in the current US banking system, in part due to all the regulatory interventions that we've been seeing. So most bank funding for standard bank business comes from deposits and from long-term bonds. When you look at deposits, you find that they're empirically insensitive to shocks to unsecured credit spreads. And this extends actually to uninsured deposits from, for instance, non-financial corporates or other type of financial institutions. We talk in a little bit about why that could be the case. If you look at wholesale funding, you see wholesale funding really is primarily coming from fixed rate, long-term debt, or to the extent that it's relatively short-term, the majority comes from FHLB advances. So these are sort of draws that the banks can take on the federal home loan banks that they in part own, which in turn have guarantees from the federal government. I just give you sort of some sense of how cool these data are, where we can learn here specifically about banking. If you look at deposits by counterparty, you find that for these biggest US bank holding companies and all the commercial banks that they own, which is a really sizable market share, most of the deposits are, of course, retail deposits, but it's only 50%. A really large chunk of deposits are coming from non-financial corporates, about a quarter. Small businesses are around 6.6%, and the rest are actually some kind of financial deposits, either from other bank or supervised non-bank financial entities or some kind of other financial entity. So if you look at the maturity, not surprising, deposits tend to be short-term. They tend to be open in the sense that they're available on demand. That holds across the spectrum, across the different types of counterparties. And then it's not surprising that retail deposits tend to be insured, small businesses tend to be insured, but all these other deposits tend to be uninsured. Another interesting metric maybe is that most of these deposits are actually classified from the regulator as relationship deposits. So these are defined under the liquidity coverage ratio as deposits that are not going to leave the bank in times of stress because they're used for some kind of transaction purposes, cash management, et cetera. So we'll get to their sensitivity empirically in a second. Just look at wholesale funding. 70% of wholesale funding is either unstructured long-term debt or structured long-term debt. And the third most important component of wholesale funding is FHLB advances. Very little wholesale funding comes from commercial paper. Commercial paper was the big thing in the global financial crisis. Hardly exists. Most of the hardly exists today. Wholesale funding by by maturity, you see most of the wholesale funding has a maturity of more than a year.
So I see this is as of 2019. So
Yeah.
So this is new. You already mentioned.
So I'm using
like,
this.
What would it look like in 2010? What's the earliest you have in 2012?
So these data are that's sort of endogenous to the financial crisis. That we're collecting these data only, and since we have all the regulations in place.
But has it changed a lot even since 2012?
So we have these we have since 2018, and since then nothing has really changed. Yeah. So these are since we have all the liquidity requirements in place, I can look at these. If I'm just doing a simple regression, I'm just going to regress different types of bank funding rates on the LIBOR-OIS spread. I'm going to find that, unsurprisingly, the rates that banks pay on checking or savings deposits, they're just basically uncorrelated. So if the bank risks, according to LIBOR, goes up, the bank's not going to pay anything more on their checking account or the savings account. Measures of bank wholesale funding, actual bank wholesale funding prices in the data go up. The price of financial CP goes up. 3 months certificates of deposit go up. So actual LIBOR is actually correlated with measures of wholesale funding, but I've shown you those are not really used that much. If you look, though, at all these other types of deposits, such as deposits from banks or corporates, you find that empirically, at least for the last 5 years, not really sensitive to LIBOR. So if LIBOR goes up by 100 basis points, corporate deposits are going to go up by 10 basis points. Okay? So that's part of this. If I'm redepositing my credit line once I draw it, the bank is not paying a big interest rate on that. Now, the second fact is, while the banks are not really subject to funding risk with respect to their existing debt, they're still subject to funding risk. And that's coming, though, all from the pre-committed credit lines. So if you just look at the largest 20 bank holding companies, they alone have 1.3, I apologize, the typo, it should be a trillion. I'm German, so I always get the billions and the trillions confused. So 1.3 trillion, 1,300 billion of unfunded commitments that, at least in theory, could be drawn at any point in time. There's plenty of work out there that shows that a lot of the committed credit is not necessarily available due to all kinds of quirks of the loan contracts, but on paper, at least, that's funds that could be drawn at any point in time. We know, at least from the GFC and from the COVID pandemic, that they tend to be drawn exactly then when aggregate funding conditions for banks are bad. During the GFC, in the aggregate data, you see something like a 7% increase of C&I lending right after the Lehman failure. In the COVID recession, that's 20%. Okay, so here's just the exact numbers by the different types of loan types for these 20 banks that are in this 5G data. So you see total outstanding credit, utilized credit as we call it, is around 1,600 billion. Here the billions are correct. But there's more than twice as much overall commitments that banks have made. Okay? Now, some of these commitments that are not actually being funded come actually from term loans or commercial real estate. But those are really not what I'm interested in. You can have a term loan that you can pay back over time, or you can have a scheduled payout of the funds. The same happens in commercial real estate. But you really want to look at credit lines. And credit lines are sort of the biggest or the most common type of commitment that banks have. Only around a quarter of all that committed credit is drawn this is 2019 Q4, but can be potentially drawn at any point in time. If you split this into public and private firms to stay a little bit closer to the theme of the conference, you see, of course, public firms, they're very large, so they take a lot of credit, but they actually, the total amount of lending that these really important big banks do, the private firms are actually more important. You see the overall utilized amount of total C&I lending. Here I'm getting rid of commercial real estate lending because I can't split it into public and private, of course. You see that that's actually higher for the private firms. However, the commitment that the banks have is primarily to these public firms. You see that the public firms are actually utilizing, so I don't have a, I'm going to try, well, oops, sorry. I was trying to point somewhere, but you see the utilization rate for public firms, of course, much lower on these credit lines than it is for public firms, which is sort of in line with the notion that these public firms are financially not really constrained. They have much more of this dry powder. This shouldn't come to any surprise to you, but if I look dynamically at what happens to the banking sector's aggregate bank balance sheet, or just to the average large bank, during COVID, as you see, two big positions on their balance sheets increase. One is reserves, as the Federal Reserve is purchasing MBS and US Treasuries, and the other is corporate draws. Okay, so reserves go up by something like 60% through April, and corporate draws, just drawdowns on existing pre-committed credit, go up by something like 40%. All the other types of loans are more or less flat. You see maybe an increase of small business loans a little into the pandemic. That's, of course, the Paycheck Protection Program. Retail loans, if at all, are falling. Okay? And most importantly, I should have said this, other types of corporate loans, so C&I loans that are not credit lines, are actually just basically flat. Okay? Now, if I again split it into private-public, there's an important point to be made here that really comes out of a paper I wrote with Gabe Schodorov-Reich, Matt Plosser, and Olivier Darmoni, who's also here, which kind of tries to think a little bit about, relates also to Sebnem's work she's talked about earlier, thinks about sort of how financial constraints vary across the firm size distribution, and of course it's highly correlated with private versus public. One thing you see here is during the pandemic, the drawdowns really come from these big firms. The small firms, if at all, they draw a little bit at the beginning of the pandemic, maybe 4 or 5% increase of credit to these firms, whereas it's maybe 15% to the large public firms, less constrained firms. And it's, of course, related to the fact that these big firms, they have these long-term unsecured credit lines, and smaller private firms have these sort of short-term collateralized and relatively expensive lines. And then over time, actually, you see that the large big firms, they repay pretty quickly because the bond programs of the Fed come in, they raise all this bond financing, and the private firms, and arguably a little bit related to the PPP, repay some of their balances. Okay. The third fact I want to emphasize here is that the funding risk from drawdown really depends on, this comes out of the theory on whether drawdowns need to be funded. And in principle, there's sort of two ways you want to think about this that I kind of framed already in the theory earlier. One is sort of what I would call precautionary, or would we define as precautionary. So you're drawing the credit line, you're just redepositing it with the same bank. The alternative is bank funded, where you're drawing the funds and then you're maybe depositing it for some reason at another bank, maybe because you're worried about the bank's solvency, or maybe because you're paying some vendor who's banking with someone else. And you just need to pay some bills. Okay? And the latter is, of course, associated with the GFC. One of the most important papers that came out of the GFC is the Iwashina Sharfstein paper that kind of, with the data that they have, kind of convincingly show that that's what happened. What we show during COVID is something else that happens. During COVID, these drawdowns are essentially precautionary. What we estimate is that a $1 increase in credit line drawdowns is going to translate into 85 cents increase of corporate deposits at the same bank. What's the marginal source of funding? Well, the remaining 15 cents are going to be raised with FHLB advances. And I've shown you earlier, I may have not talked about enough, but FHLB advances, because they're secured and because they're coming through these bank-owned institutions that have government guarantees, actually are much less sensitive than unsecured wholesale funding. Okay, so let's just look in the time series. Look at the time series variation. You see right at the onset of COVID, what happens is FHLB advances explode. Also, corporate deposits go up by almost 20%. There's a third type of deposit, financial deposits go up. So what's happening here, really? Well, financial deposits go up because the Fed's buying MBS and treasuries from some institutions that are not the regulated banks that I'm looking at. Well, when the Fed buys these securities, of course, immediately a deposit appears into the banking system. These are these financial deposits, okay? Then what happens with respect to the drawdowns is you see an increase in the corporate deposits, and you see an increase in the FHLB advances. But then as the tension in the financial system eases, the FHLB advances are being paid back. Importantly, the sort of standard wholesale funding that we think about as flighty in the financial crisis is just declining all this period because the banks are kind of swamped in these relatively cheap deposits. Retail deposits go up, but only slowly over time, arguably related to the fact that it takes some time until all these stimulus paychecks are being done. And then the households, because they can't consume, are saving more. Let me just finish the last thought. And then the small business deposits, of course, go up, again related arguably to the PPP. Yes, please.
So I know it's preliminary, and this is such a nitty-gritty comment, but I think you should be scaling by assets at the time of the thing. Like, I can't get a quantitative sense of anything because I don't know the base, and you're doing it in logs.
Oh, yeah,
So, for
okay.
example, you say
Yeah.
retail deposits didn't go up by
Yeah.
much, but how do I know that? Maybe retail deposits actually went up hugely because they're the largest share of liabilities. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, no, so we have in the paper, we have an area chart that will tell you that, but yeah, you're right. I should do this probably. I've actually thought about it. This should be done in dollars. I should just show you this in dollars, in levels, yeah. It's a very good point. Nitty-gritty, I agree, but it's an important one. One thing you also could say here is, well, this is just the time series, and this doesn't really tell you anything of whether the funding is coming from corporate deposits and FHLB. It could be that all the corporates they draw, and then they just all have corporate deposits with one bank that they perceive as safe. So we really also want to look at the cross section. So what I'm doing here, I'm going to just correlate the change in dollars in C&I lending with a change in funding. And I'm going to have unsecured wholesale funding, FHLB funding, and corporate deposit funding, as well as the sum of the three. Okay. There are some dots here. This is a bin scatter, and because this is highly confidential data, I can't show you the actual scatter. Just kind of sort of focus on the lines. Okay? So if you look at the black line, you see there's basically no correlation between draws and unsecured wholesale funding. Sort of telling you from the cross-section, it doesn't seem that draws are being financed with using the wholesale funding. There is a correlation with FHLB's funding, and there is a very strong correlation with corporate deposit funding. And the coefficient, once I add them all up, basically is 1. So which is basically telling you for $1 of C&I lending, I'm going to get some large amount of corporate deposits. I'm going to get a relatively small amount of FHLB funding. I'm not going to use any unsecured wholesale funding. Okay, I can do this in a regression action. This is this number I quoted earlier. I'm going to find that in normal times when drawdown happens, maybe $1 drawdown is going to be financed by 5 cents corporate deposit inflows. During COVID, it's another 85 cents. Okay, so basically a lot of this is coming from corporate deposit, and I estimate it's around 15 cents coming from the FHLB advances. Okay, so the fourth fact I want to mention is that if you're indexing the corporate loans to LIBOR, it does mitigate the funding risk that in principle exists here. It didn't really materialize during COVID, but in principle exists. Okay, so we do an accounting counterfactual that tells you that under SOFR, bank revenue would have been lower during both COVID and the GFC by amounts that vary in the total dollar amount, because the COVID episode's much shorter and the increase in LIBOR is much less than during the GFC. So it would have been half of, I think it should be trillion. No, it should be, actually it's billion. I think it's actually billion. It's actually billion. How much do I have? 10 minutes, okay. $500 million during COVID and $7 billion during the GFC. Well, that doesn't really tell you anything, but really both is on the order of around 9% of the reported interest income from C&I lending around that time. Yes, please.
So this is a question I've had, and this actually highlights exactly the issue, which is, I would have thought, and most banking theorists would have thought that run risk because people are worried about your asset portfolio is really the big risk, and charging a slightly higher interest rate on those assets that are being drawn, as this slide kind of nicely points out, is going to have a marginal effect on revenues and income. But I don't know, I kind of think that that's not really the margin people are really scared about. I thought, maybe I'm thinking more GFC. The margin is, I see everyone drawing all these credit lines. I better pull my deposits out. And I'm not so scared. I'm not scared less by that if they're earning a slightly higher interest rate on the credit line. Maybe am I thinking about that right, or maybe I'm missing something?
So let me first, I think the income, of course, dynamically super important for the bank's capital position. So I think that and for the equity owners, these numbers may not be big, they're going to matter. Let me just again hedge myself. If I find out that transition is not going to matter because these things are all just small numbers and these crisis episodes are short, whatnot, then that's fine, from the perspective of where I'm coming from. So which is is this transition going to matter, and do these reference rates really matter? The answer may be no. So I'm open to that. There was this part in your question I didn't entirely understand, which is about whether people draw depending on whether they observe the interest income that the banks are making. So when I think of the people, if you're drawing a credit line, the way I primarily think about it is how cheap is the credit line for me right now, and how attractive is it to have the funds. And
I'm just saying, I think if you think about it from a rate, you have $1.3 trillion of potential liability or potential asset drawdowns. And if you think of another global financial crisis, I thought that the high level worry is people are going to freak out and say, oh my gosh, they got so much risk exposure to companies that might go bankrupt, and then they're going to run on the deposit side. And so having a slightly higher interest rate, that's my only point, doesn't seem to...
Okay, so I think there's a point that I have to think a little bit more about, which is probably, it also relates again to sort of how capital constrained you are. You're saying you're adding really risky loans to the book because the firms are, their quality is deteriorating. I think it's a complementary argument I have to think more about, because mine is really all about the liquidity. You might as well say in the financial crisis, people were really worried about how's this bank going to fund all these drawdowns, which is what I'm thinking about. But I think I need to think more about it.
Can I add something? I mean, I fully agree with Amir. I mean, an alternative, again, we stopped our paper 2019 Q4 on purpose that we don't get into COVID. But based on what we learned from that paper, an alternative story is exactly that. I mean, the firms, the small guys couldn't draw because the COVID shock was directed to the revenue. And that's what they used. So they couldn't draw. And then the banks, didn't want to do anything until the PPP program came. We actually called both the banks and the CFOs of the companies. And then, so basically CFOs of the companies, they want extra time so that the booked account receivable, which got a huge hit because of the COVID, they're not arriving. And and then the bank said, no, you cannot draw. And then they gave some extra time, but not much. Then they started extending that when the PPP came. So once the government come into the picture, then they were okay, because they were so afraid that all these guys are completely going bankrupt and default on their loans. So I think that side is super. I mean, again, this is a conjecture because we have the data, but we on purpose didn't study it. But based on what we see during the boom, even before this shock came, till the end of 2019 Q4 in this data, this is super important. I mean, the borrower side and how their risk, their default risk, and their the limit, the borrowing capacity moves with the earnings. I think that is going to be very important. I mean, again, maybe it is not. Maybe the COVID story is completely, this liquidity story, the banks called the shot. But I think there is something to say that banks didn't want to do anything until the government came to the picture. So
my constructive interpretation of what Amir and you have both said is that when being serious about quantifying this, really think more about the firm's risk as well. And I think that's the fair point we Yep. Well, how am I doing on time? 5 more minutes. Okay, so let me just talk a little bit about the calibration. And really, this is the most preliminary part of the paper. The numbers that you see here, you take them serious, but maybe don't at this moment. But so what I'm going to give it $1 billion or $1 trillion, exactly. But there's something to learn here. I think that's quite interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this fairly general model, but I'm going to decide there's going to be only 2 states. There's a good state, which is the normal times, and there's a bad state. That's the sort of crisis times. And I'm going to say this bad state comes once in 20 years, defined by the likelihood. And we're basically saying the risk-free rate in normal times is high. It's going to be lowered from 120 basis points to 20 basis points. In the bad times, LIBOR OIS is basically 35 basis points in normal times, and you're going to add that to the risk-free rate in normal times. In the bad times, it's 250 basis points. So it's sort of like closer to the financial crisis. Okay. And then what I'm going to give you in these plots here is what is the interest rate you're paying? What's the borrowing cost in the good and the bad state and expected under LIBOR in blue and SOFR in yellow, I would call it, or orange. And then on the right panel, I'm going to give you the quantity borrowed. Okay, calibrated to what these banks have sort of historically lent out. So what you see is that if this what our model is telling us in this LIBOR SOFR prediction, you're going to have that in normal times, a credit line is going to be marginally more expensive. And this could be, depending on how you choose the parameters, how much redepositing you have, how much drawdown you expect in the crisis. This could be something between 1 and 20 basis points. I think here it's around 10. So in normal times, the cost of credit line is going to go up by, let's say, something like 10 basis points. In crisis times, the credit line is going to be much, much cheaper. You see this in the second bar, where under LIBOR, you're paying something like 185 basis points. Under SOFR, you're only paying something like, 65 basis points, okay? Now and this is the point I want you to sort of to take away from this. There's a subtlety here. Now you'd be thinking under the SOFR world, you're going to get all this borrowing in the crisis state, in the bad state. But then you see on the right panel, that's actually not true. So the firms are going to borrow less in the good state because credit is marginally more expensive. They're also going to borrow less in the bad state. But that's not because credit is really cheap in the bad state, but it's because the bank is imposing a limit on how much credit it's supplying to begin with. Okay? So the way I'm calibrating the model here is you're always borrowing up to the limit in the bad state. Doesn't need to be that way to have this result. But then you're seeing that the bank is actually adjusting the credit limit. And this goes something back I mentioned to Sebnem earlier, like once you allow for there to be multiple loan terms, then there's going to be some fairly rich predictions a model like this can give you of how the banks are going to adjust their credit supply. And it's not that that you're going to see a huge effect on credit supply in the amount people borrow at the moment, but you're going to see some effects on what firms can borrow in times of distress, okay? Because of the fundamental problem I've described to begin with. Okay, so let me just kind of conclude here. So what you want to take away when you've forgotten everything else, first on the theory, there's a debt overhang cost associated with credit lines that's not associated with other types of lending. The literature has not really cared about this point so much. People in pricing of credit lines think about adverse selection and whatnot. We're just saying bank funding may be a really important part. However, it's only if drawdowns are not precautionary and only if you're not allowed to use specific types of bank reference rates that mitigate these effects. Empirically, you want to think of banks nowadays not as your sort of Diamond Diptych bank that has a problem of rolling over existing debt. You want to think of the fundamental funding risk problem to be the financing of the drawdowns of credit lines. And then when we're thinking about quantifying this effect, the numbers can be quite substantial and there can be very subtle effects across the different types of loan terms. I had another slide I'm not going to show about just private and public firms, just to come back to the theme of the conference, but I know I'm between you guys and I think first the art tour and then the cocktail, so I'm gonna leave it here. Thank you so much.
Pretty cool stuff around here, around the building. 6 o'clock is going to be, and I believe the tour itself will end up on the 10th floor, is where the cocktail and dinner time will be. Seating for dinner at 6:30. The SEC commissioner's speech starts at 7. So I'll see you around the building between now and then. Thank you.